Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Also still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First number. 10-4.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take a shot.
Also still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. 10-5. 33.
3-3. Can you let our supervisor know that location report where it's attached?
1830.
Possible here in Wilson.
There we go. Hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
Let's see here. Somebody's got some feedback from somewhere. I'm not sure. Let me pull this all up here. Thank you everybody for hopping in. Can somebody? Oh, Audrey, take out your microphone. All right, hold on. 1 second. Thank you all for hopping in. Appreciate you. And hey, technical stuff, right? It's always a pain in the butt.
It's always fun, CJ. It's good to see you, though, my friend. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you great. Thank you for joining too, by the way, man. I really appreciate it. And sorry for the last minute kind of notice as well. But I wanted to extend an invite if you weren't busy tonight. And thank you again, man.
Hey, I definitely appreciate it. I'm sorry the others from my team, we're all kind of mixed tonight, just kind of relaxing. And then I've got a little bit of a live later I'm going to jump and do myself. But I appreciate the ability to be here with you, my friend.
Yeah, well, cool for coming to hang out for a little bit, man. Appreciate it. Sure. What's up, Trey Busby? You okay, Audrey? You all right?
What's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. I'm interested in seeing this. Hearing a lot more than I know.
I hear that. Trey, Busby, Convict, AR, Audrey. I want to introduce kind of everybody to one another. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, your channel. Since we all have channels, I think it'd be cool for you all to give them a little something if they are not familiar. Trey and Busby are part of my boats team that we have out there. Me, Busby, and Trey, narc divers, have all worked together for Sebastian Rogers, trying to find Sebastian Rogers. Also, me and Trey did a lot of work out there in Myrtle Beach for Micah Miller, and as far as today, me and Trey are the only ones that ever went on a boat in the most dangerous county in this United States. Oh my gosh, what's the county, man? I'm having a brain fart.
Robeson,
that's right.
I always want to say Robinson.
Yeah, me too. But Robeson, yeah, I've been out there 10 times. It was crazy, hairy. But me and Trey are the only ones that actually went on a boat in that environment to try and show everybody that this alibi of this fisherman was a bunch of BS. So shout out to you. I appreciate you a lot, buddy, for always being out there too. And then AR's been in the Idaho 4 community for a long time, very respected in the community, has a lot of knowledge when it comes to the case, and a lot of really great views and thoughts when it comes to stuff to mentally explore, because you can't believe everything on the surface. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all of you guys. Busby, he does all that work for the missing people out there constantly, just on his mind, always about the missing people. And
kind of spread the word as much as I can.
That's right. And Trey, always out there underwater, doing what a lot of people ain't doing as well. And so shout out to you and all your efforts as well, bro.
Thanks, man. It takes a team, and it takes a lot of information. That's why, I'm not really wasn't a true crime person, but doing this, you get into that, because if you're just out searching, you're not going to be able to put together the places to search and motives people have, and whether it's an accident or how people think something was done intentional. You got to think of all the above. So That's why I'm here, just to learn and grow and always keep adapting.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I invited Busby and Trey, is because they have a lot of their own experiences, whether it's stuff that doesn't pertain to our particular channel, but there's knowledge there that exists because there's stuff that, all of us have experienced in the background as well, and where we can bring different, even maybe even different thoughts or questions to ask that maybe some of us might not even think about. And so when it comes to the awareness, the fighting for truth, the fighting for justice, and trying to make a difference in the wrongs that are done to other people, because we would appreciate it if it was, reverse situation. And so that's what it's about, is as well for you, AR. Your life experiences, you get to bring that to the community. Some of them might never experience, you know what I'm saying? And you get to bring that to the community and really help people understand, because it really is about all theories, thoughts, and opinions, because everybody has their own experience. So I'll let each one of you kind of, discuss what you do for your channel and who you are. Go ahead, AR. I'll let you start off, buddy.
Well, first of all, thank you, CJ. But let's hope people don't have to experience life from where I had to experience most of mine from. Just for those that don't know, in the 2-on panel, I've spent many and many of years incarcerated in the penitentiary, both federally and on the state side. So I've turned my life around for my family. I've turned my life around for people around me, and just gone more into a transparent way of living life. So I'm not afraid to talk about anything in regards to my own past, because I think if I can't be honest about it, then I'm still living that negativity and I could always revert back to my old ways. But, I tried to lend kind of a thinking process to people out there. My channel focuses in a lot, not only on true crime, but also on the justice system itself, because it needs to be fair and transparent across the board so that everybody's rights are held at a higher standard. And I definitely have a lot of respect for not only EvilleCJ, but you two that I'm meeting for the first time here on panel. It sounds like both of you have true callings and true reasons for what you do, and I respect that. It takes guts for what you guys do. It takes determination and a lot of love for you for that. So definitely thank you for having me on board with you guys. I can't wait to hear your thoughts and your perspectives as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Trey, go ahead and let us know a little bit about your channel as well.
What's happening, y'all? It's good to meet you. Yeah. Good to meet you, AR. My name's Trey. I've been diving since 2010, but my main background was public safety. My uncle was a fire chief who I grew up with, and then I literally rode his coattails and had to pave my own way because he didn't want me to be in the fire service, really. So kind of made it a little difficult for me to get my start. And then through the fire service and a million other titles that are irrelevant to this day and age, got started diving, and I got on the dive team at the sheriff's office. And we were more of a reaction type of team. So we wouldn't really search waterways. We would practice and do a lot of training, hands-on stuff, but it was a reaction type of team. So, we have a recovery to go do, whether it was a person, a vehicle, a firearm, looking for something. And I was always trying to think of a way that I could do more dive related, figure out how to run the sonar, what kind of boat would be the right setup. And I was always, in a sense, like my start, I was kind of brainwashed in a sense of everything that we did, it's a crime scene, which it is. So I was like, there's no way I could ever do this on my own. And then I seen some dudes on YouTube, and I'm like, wait a minute, they just did a recovery. I'm like, but it's a crime scene. So I was like, maybe there's a chance, because people, you don't get to see what's under the water. So before you call something in, you're not going to jeopardize that crime scene, but you treat it as a crime scene, right? Because each vehicle,
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. So you have to treat it that way.
Yeah.
But at least since people can't see it, like it's not sitting on the side of the road, you have the opportunity to at least check it out, say it is or isn't something related, and then call the police. And then sometimes there's like, hey, they're very happy, like, because a lot of these counties and towns don't have resources, and it's like sometimes they want to run you off. They're like, okay, we have our own team, but a lot of times they're grateful and they're like, hey, can you help pull this car and, you know, in a safe manner? It's like, heck yeah, we can. So just like as sure as I can make it, that's how I got my start. I want to help people.
Finding answers for families that might have never been able to find an answer if you wouldn't have been able to see what you could see underwater based off of your
sonar, drones,
yeah,
in a last location. And sometimes you don't have a last location and you have to figure out, maybe they stopped at a gas station regularly, whatever it is. People have habits, people have routines, and sometimes it's super vague. Sometimes you'll search a random spot and find something, but I always wanted to do more, and I feel that if I could ever get YouTube to work the way it's supposed to, we could help a lot more people. So thanks for having me on here. And I always wanted to learn from others. So
yeah, and plus we've been out there on location the most together as a team, and we've experienced a lot of stuff beyond what, you know, just that, you know, what you have for your you know, your career.
Yep.
We've experienced a lot of the actual true crime stuff
while
we've been out on location. So I want to use, you know, Trey and Busby. They haven't really been in the Idaho 4 community, but what I want to do is I also want to bring them in because I know that they have their own special skills, and I think those special skills can also contribute to the community and help bring more awareness and even more questions, because maybe the right question, the way it's questioned, hasn't been asked yet, and maybe it's another piece of the puzzle that can bring everybody closer to the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to bring up Audrey here too. And Busby, go ahead and let us know what you do with your channel.
Hey, my name is Busby. I met CJ and Trey back in April. I don't talk as well as they do most of the time, but I like to spend my time spreading awareness for the missing people who've been missing for a long time, whose cases may have gotten forgotten about. I've got a background of 5 years of skip tracing, so I'm very good at looking on the internet and looking in different databases and following trails on where people have been and where they've gone on different pieces of data that they've left the trail with. I met them back with the Sebastian Rogers case. That's where I pretty much started my channel.
Right.
Because I lived in the Nashville area, specifically in the area of where Sebastian went missing for 40 years. So I've got extensive knowledge of the area, and that was my part of being in there, is to show them where they wanted to go. You know, they tell me, and then I'm like, okay, let me bring you there. And also just watch their back and be a support system to them. And now I'm a mod for both of their channels. And I've kind of fell into the true crime community and seen what it's all about. And, you know, I've grew up watching, you know, detective shows and First 48, and I see how bad the criminal justice system just needs to be fixed. There's a lot of wrong with it. So that's what brought me into the case with these two guys.
Yeah, and thanks for all the work that you do for Sebastian Rogers as well, because it is a lot of work. And Audrey, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go.
Me?
Yes, and thank you for joining. Sorry that there's some technical issues there. I was kind of like introducing everybody and kind of letting everybody know who each one was and what they do with their channel. Now, Audrey, like I said, when it comes to DNA, Audrey is the lady that I turn to. And so that's what, you know, especially with Idaho 4, She's brought a lot of knowledge when it comes to DNA, and so I want to say thank you to what you do for the community, because DNA can be hard to understand, and it can be a shock word that can create a lot of public perception that might not need to be there. So she's having some technical issues there. But I want to mention something, AR. I was hanging out in your show last night, and there was something that was brought up, and we're gonna kind of go through some of the first press conferences, because I want to show people that maybe haven't been involved. When you look at the press conferences from the beginning, you can see a lot of there's not a lot of info. You're talking days later, it already looks shady. You got reporters that are local asking real questions, and they're not getting answered. And I think when you go back to the beginning, you can it'll make a lot more sense now than it did back then, because when I watched them live, I'm sitting there going, what are the press conferences? There never been any information, people. What's going on here? But you had mentioned something about an incel theory. Now, you guys were discussing some incel theories, okay? And it made me, and this is kind of why I'm playing some footage right now in the background, it made me go back to the first time that I ever showed up behind the house at 1122 King Road, because up until that point, and what's up, Mishy girl? Up until that point, I kind of laughed at a theory of an incel. There was discussion about incels in the very beginning, like this person was an incel, and I'm sitting there laughing my tail off, and I'm like, it could be, listen, it could be anybody. Like, it doesn't have to be an incel. And I just kind of laughed it off. But the first time that I got there and I showed up behind the house and I parked where I thought the person that committed the crime would have parked. So back then, if you remember looking down from Google, and you would zoom down from the top down view, and there would be that blue car that was parked in the parking lot that was right behind the bushes and the trees behind the house, right? That blue car, not that specific car stuck out to me, but to me, if I'm going to commit this crime, that's where I'm going to park. Okay? So it always stuck to me in the back of my head. And so when I first went out here, and we're almost there in a second, when I first went out there, I pulled right up to the back and I parked where that blue car was at, and I shut my lights off and I sat there for a minute, just letting it sink in. And as I'm letting it sink in, like I always say, I always think about how I would have committed the crime, and I always think about how it would have happened to the victim based off of the situations and the circumstances. I play both roles in my head at the same time. Now, when I go and I park back there, I sit back there and I go, as I'm pulling through Linda Lane and I'm seeing how the people are parking, and I'm seeing where the apartments are set up and how the parking lot's set up to the apartments and their front doors and yada yada. I'm like, okay, people that park here live here, people that park here live here, people that park here live here. So when I went and pulled up and I'm sitting there and letting it all sink in, and I'm like, holy hell, this incel theory ain't no joke. Because if I'm sitting here and that specific parking lot is for a specific part of that apartment, and so when I'm sitting there and the first night, the second night go by, the third night, I was there for a week. I always only had a limited amount of time because of the daylight. It would start to get dark around a little after 4 in the afternoon there. So I would have to do a lot of my work back at that parking lot behind the house. I would have my laptop up. laptop light shining in my face. I'm an unfamiliar car. Nobody is looking at me suspicious, and I'm going, whoa, this is a year to the day after the crime, and nobody still is suspicious that this person still might be out there. Nobody's even suspicious of me being in a car with a light shining on my face. I could be creeping on somebody, I could be stalking somebody, and nobody's even looking at me twice because I got that peripheral real good. I can see if somebody's looking at me twice. I'm going, holy hell. Anybody could have sat back there and really just peeped the scene at any moment, at any time, if they really wanted to. But what I really thought is I was like, wait a minute, if I was an incel and I had to park here, what if I didn't have a choice? I'm not going to sit back here and park back here when my apartment building's way up there next to the house. Hell no. It's not for me to change all the fun that I'm hearing all the time. I'm not going to park right over back here at this corner when I live way down at the other side, because I shouldn't have to change how I live my life when it comes to me not having to listen to all this fun and stuff. Because you got to remember, you're talking 22, you just got out of COVID. Everybody was locked down. They had never been through this before. They were already isolated. Maybe that incel didn't even become an incel until COVID took place. I had mental health struggles from COVID and being alone, but that's how I created my show on YouTube, was because I was like, I got to find out another way, because I'm depressed as hell, because I don't have nobody to talk to. I don't have nobody to interact with. I need somebody to interact with. I need to make a YouTube show and see what happens. And that's how I became a show. Everybody went through mental health struggles. So to sit here and be like, damn, you an incel, if they already are an incel, holy hell, that just made it worse. Maybe they didn't know they were an incel. Holy hell, there was just one created. But I could see somebody living in this side of the apartment right here, having to park in the back of that parking lot. And when I'm sitting there and I realize how close I am to the house, this is right outside. I'm sitting there right outside the front of the car. And this is me walking up, and look at how close I am to the freaking house. The cement slab is I literally step out of my vehicle and I'm right there. Right there. That cement slab's right in front of me. And then I'm looking at this brush. Look at me right here. This is why I took this video. I'm a creeper that can literally watch everything inside the sliding glass door upstairs, the sliding glass door on the second floor. Ain't nobody seeing me peeking. So I'm sitting there going, dang, what if somebody that lived at the Queen Apartments, that lived on that half section that only parks in that back parking lot, they come home, they're sitting back there. It's right in front of your face. You can see their windows through the bushes, all of them. You can see everything through those bushes. They can't see you, especially at nighttime, because if they have lights on and you're trying to look outside in the dark, your pupils aren't adjusting to the exposure of light difference, so it's harder to see stuff at night. You ain't going to see them looking at you. I could definitely see somebody that lived in that section at Queen Road Apartments was tired of coming home after a hard day, got tired of watching them have fun. Imagine all the fun that was taking place on that cement patio. Imagine all the fun that was taking place on that couch. Imagine the cookouts they were having with the grill that was against the house. Imagine all the times they got to see Kaylee maybe sometimes forget to even shut the curtain. They got to see everything going on in that sliding glass door inside the kitchen, because with those lights hanging up, and then there was no shades on that sliding glass door, they could literally peek back here and watch everything that was going on inside. Who knows? Maybe they watched one of the TikTok videos being made. But what's creepy is I could definitely see, when it comes to an incel, I can definitely see an incel either following them on social media, getting upset. They can literally see everything and nobody can even know it's them. The neighbors don't think I'm strange, so why would they think they're strange? And if a neighbor that lives in that part of the Queen Road apartments is already blended in because they live there, that's a normal car. But the fact that I would sit out there night after night after night for a week and not one of them even think that I'm suspicious tells me that a neighbor could do the same thing. And if a neighbor can do the same thing, I can definitely see the possibility of it being a neighbor that was that upset. Incel, I'm tired of seeing these people have, intercourse and parties and getting drunk, and you think all the people that were there and they just got tired of it. They just wanted to go to bed, but all they heard, think of all the noise complaints, all they heard was party, 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 party. I could definitely see an incel being a part of it. AR, is that something that you guys have discussed for a long time, or is that just kind of a thought that's a bunch of different ideas?
Well, it bounces around a little bit. I, like you, took a venture out to the King Road home, and I sat right about where your picture is. If you remember this pretty well, that's a fence that they put up that
Yep.
went around the back of the house. When I went out, that fence was there, and I sat right on top of it. I sat
It's
right
crazy.
on top of that fence, just looking at the house, and I had two people from the apartments walk up to me, and you would think they would be asking me what the hell I was doing. No, they were just hanging out, man. They were just talking. Just, what's up? How are you? It's a crazy view. One of them said to me straight out, it's a crazy view, isn't it?
Wow.
And I said, I'm just trying to take it all in, man. I told him a little bit about myself. I said, I do a lot of true crime discussion, and I live back to my days of when I used to scope out houses and do crazy things. And I just wanted to get a feel for this house. I wanted to get a feel for, why do I have this gut feeling within me? This is somebody really close to these people, either living right there with them, enduring their life every single day, even possibly walking with them to and from the campus. Or
showing up at the parties, or showing up
Right.
at the parties and nobody interacting with them. The weird guy
That's
that was
right.
there that night,
So I really I dug into my mind a little bit, and I thought about back when I was younger and thinking about going to the parties and the difference between the people that showed up to the party that were actually a part of the parties, that were
Right.
enjoying themselves at the parties, mingling with everybody at the parties, and typically leaving with one of the girls or the guys from the party
Yep.
to have a great after party.
Right.
And then I put two and two together. I said, what about those guys that showed up to the party that didn't have any fun? They, most
Sat
times,
there.
we didn't even know who the hell they were when they were at the party. We would have to ask people, like, do you know who that is? No, I don't know who that is. I wonder why they're here. So in kind of the thinking of this house and the weekend that this was happening, and then, it just kind of came to flowing in my mind. And I've always said one of my biggest things is, this is somebody very close. This is something very personable, but it can be personable from a distant way, like they made themselves close, but they really weren't close. But this isn't somebody from 2,500 miles away that they can't even make a connection to why they were there. So when you discuss incel, there's a lot of ways to look at that. And I just don't feel as though Brian Koger fits the bill, in the sense he was still going on dates, man. He was still out and about, and he was talking with people. And I'm thinking incels, you compare that to the kid
Elliot
Rogers out of California.
Elliot Rogers
would take off.
Yeah, that's when we started, and shout out to Rosie, Overtime with Rosie. When I went out there and I felt that's what I felt. You know what I'm talking about. When was the house was still up when you went, or was it already torn down?
No, it was up. I was looking right in the back windows.
Awesome.
Yeah, just like you did. I looked right in those back windows, and I thought to myself, man, you don't miss anything back here.
No,
Like, you
no.
see it all. You
I'm
see
glad.
anything you want to see from right here.
For real, it's crazy, and I'm so glad that you got to see it too, because you and me have knowledge, and and that's awesome, because I, at least when I'm talking about it, somebody knows what I'm talking about, and can add to it too, and it help it even make more sense, because it's one thing to see it, like I can only show people the video, but when you can describe things based off of the knowledge of existing there, it helps bring you guys closer to help you understand what we're trying to describe, because it's true, dude. And when you show up there, and when you take your past experiences and you sit there and you're like, okay, because I need to be there. I need to see security. I need to see these different things, right? I need to see this. I want to know who would know what, right? And then you let it kind of sink in and you let it fill in, and it almost, the story writes it's almost like what took place writes itself right in front of you, based off of all of it coming together and forming like a lava lamp. You got all these little pieces, and then it gets this big bulb, and it's like, bloom, there it is right there, real slow. And really, when I got there, I'm like, this isn't, number one, if I'm driving from Pullman, I'm not taking the main route. I'm going Airport Road. I'm going the back way, man. What are you talking about? I'm not driving downtown Pullman. I'm not driving downtown Moscow, when literally you could have your car show up like this on one of the whoa, StreamYard changed. Okay, StreamYard changed something. You can literally have your vehicle show up like this on a Moscow camera. So it's like, why in the hell am I gonna drive through all these busy streets with all these cameras? The first thing I did when I went there is I drove and I went and checked all the security on the way there, according to the PCA, the security on the way back, another way, just to try it, look at everything. And then I'm at the house and I'm looking at everything. And it's true, when I got there and I sat there, I'm like, man, it was really creepy. You literally, even though there's trees and there's bushes, when you're looking down on the satellite or on Google, everything looks thicker. It looks like, it should have been camouflaged and, all this other stuff. But when you get there, you're like, holy hell, it's like looking through a mesh tent, like I can literally see everything right in front of me. And I only need to take 3, 4, 5 steps down a little teeny hill, and all of a sudden I'm right there at the cement slab in the backyard. This is crazy. And then you literally see the windows, the sliding glass doors. Then you see that video, and it's like, hold on a minute, like I can just scoot a step or two to the left and I can literally watch everything that's going on. Then you think of the description of the injuries that took place to the victims. And that's a lot of passion. That's a lot of rage. That's a lot of feeling. That's a lot of investment from the person that committed the crime, because they invested in 4 victims to do that to those 4 victims. That's a lot of investment too. And so when you're thinking about that amount of rage that took place and that would take place or adrenaline in order to commit that crime, that's a lot of investment that they're letting go of. There's a lot of investment that they invested to just let it go. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get rid of that investment to the people that don't deserve it. And so when you think about that crime, it's like, man, they had to be very intimate with the scene, intimate with the people, not necessarily physically. I'm saying themselves, not it reciprocated. That's where a lot of that rage comes from, is their own investment that doesn't get reciprocated, whatever that may be. And when you're walking up there, you almost feel that person, I I don't know if I could come here and do this, and even if I, whatever, but somebody that had that investment, whatever that investment was, that right there, I don't see somebody that would have drove up like Joe Dirt, committed the crime like Batman, drove back like Joe Dirt, committed all this other Joe Dirt stuff, would have committed this crime in the first place. And I don't know how you could get that kind of investment, even though Pullman is only minutes away from Moscow. I don't know how you can get that investment from a picture. You almost would have to live there and gotten dissed. You almost would have had to live there and gotten rejected. You almost would have went to the college and continued to get rejected, and you wanted to keep going back. There's maybe you did date one of them. Whatever it was, there was a lot more investment than I think the person that they're claiming committed the crime would have even ever had.
Well, I think one thing that really, I guess because of my background, when I stepped foot onto the ground there, the minute my 2 feet hit the ground behind that house, it almost reverted me back to my past of, first of all, you've got to get yourself settled enough to be able to handle this terrain to get into this house. And I'm not saying the terrain's so difficult that you can't come down the hill or you can't get around this tree or that tree, but it's a concept. If you don't know where you're at right then and there, like you haven't been there and experienced that, you're gonna slip. You're gonna slip. You're gonna leave marks in the dirt. You're gonna fall on your ass, and that's all there is to it. Because I've been around the block. I've been in and out of houses I didn't know. And you got to make a decision on the fly, and you got to be moved on the fly. And when your 2 feet hit behind that home, and when you stepped off that pavement and you hit those leaves from these trees, you knew this was not a situation you just do for the very first time simply. Like you had to have practiced this. You had to have known it. So... And then you've got to prepare yourself to get into the home with going unnoticed. Then you got to prepare yourself where you're going to go when you're in it. This is not something that your average individual like let's just say Brian Koberger from PhD schooling, first time in the area from across the country, just all of a sudden one night decides I'm going to go take 4 lives, and because this girl that I see in this picture told me no online.
Right.
That just doesn't work out that
No, there was...
And that's why I knew the minute my 2 feet hit that ground, CJ, and I've been... Like I said, I've been incarcerated a lot for my behavior, for the things I've done in life. And the number one biggest thing I was the best at was getting in and out of properties, in and out of houses in a quick time frame, and doing it under the scope and in the dark. And first of all, I would have never taken on this house with people in it, ever. If there was someone in this house, you can't get into it without being heard. I'm telling you that from experience.
Oh yeah,
you just can't.
Oh yeah,
you can't.
It's such a thin freaking house, and that comes with the walls and the floors. That house was so cheaply freaking built. It's ridiculous how cheaply built.
Even outside, CJ, it doesn't matter which door you're coming in or window from outside. You're making noise. You're making noise.
Oh, for sure. This is because this is what I think. This is why I got this picture up here, because this is, and since you've been there, and when it comes to what you're discussing, I wanna ask you if this is the way you would have went, because when I got there, I was like, yeah, well, for sure, this is how I would have done it. You know how like when you're pulling up and you're going up that side road between Queen Road Apartments and the house, right? You got the side of the house that don't have any windows. If I'm walking there, I'm either walking a couple feet and hitting the front slab, or you know where the stairway between the house and the Queen Road Apartments is, that little road there. There's that stairway from the Queen Road
Yeah,
Apartments, that walkway between them. Right there, right there. It's because right back here to our left is the highest, most bankiest corner of that soil. It really is. It's got like a steep drop off from where the parking lot is to that backyard in a really quick short area. It's steep. Bam, it drops down. But
you slide down that, CJ. You slide down that.
And you can see the leaves that are on the ground. You're definitely sliding, yo, for sure. Because this was a year exactly. So, but when you're talking about that side house and right where that stairway is at for the path between the two apartment buildings, that's not a quick drop off at all. And there's no windows there. Now, if I'm going up there and I'm parking, nobody's looking at me different because they didn't look at me different and I wasn't even there and the crime already took place. So if anybody's going to be suspicious in that neighborhood, they're definitely going to be suspicious, especially on the year to the date. So when I could have easily drove up there, parked, even if I had to park, because honestly, this is just my opinion. I think the person lived at Queen Road Apartments. That's just me. But if I drove there, definitely driving there, and then I'm not walking down like AR said, that's a steep area right there. Plus, if I slip, fall, something happens, screen doors right there. No, I'm gonna take the little couple steps because it's dark. It gets real dark up there. So if I'm dressed in black, ain't nobody gonna see me anyway, really. I'm gonna walk that little teeny corner, go to the middle where there's no windows, where if I do slip and fall, it's going to be real hard for somebody to even hear me because everything is blocked off from that wall. Then I'm going to walk around here. And since you've been there, you see this corner right here, this area right here, this post right here. And remember, I just said it's got a huge drop off from where the trees and the parking lot's at right to the back of the house. Literally, this back spot right here is really actually pretty quite high when it comes to that post right there. Now, there's a lot of landscape bricks in the backyard. There was even some landscape bricks that were up against the house. Who's to say somebody didn't stack a couple of those landscape bricks and lunge themselves right up on this back corner, this ledge right here, lunge themselves right up there, grab it, pull themselves up, climb over the railing, gain access in the third floor screen door, because if I'm going to gain access and I don't want anybody to know that I gained access to that house, I'm going to gain access through that third floor screen door. And then to know that Kaylee was already moved out, that's a bonus for me. Because if anybody's coming home, they're coming home through the front door. They're coming home through the screen door on the second floor. Ain't nobody going to know anything happened to that third floor screen door until somebody actually walks in the room and goes, oh shit, somebody did something. So do you think that the person, in your opinion, AR, do you think the person, where do you think they came from when it comes to how everything's set up at that house?
Exactly where you're showing. That's Dylan's window right there, and the kitchen window, and on that. So literally, as you were talking, I'm thinking to myself, I got myself in trouble while I was there by security because I jumped off that chain link fence right there onto that deck back where Maddie's window is, and then it wraps around to where Kaylee's sliding it. So I just kind of sat up there picturing that I was sitting in the dark in between those windows, just sitting. And if it was truly dark, nobody would have ever known I was there. And I'm a split second to get around that corner and to get into Kaylee's door. And that's the easiest door to get into of the entire home. The entire home, that's the easiest door to get into. And security got me right before I was kind of thinking about making a ploy for that. They made me get down. But I sat there for a good couple of minutes before they did. And then when they did get me, they were real nice about it. I mean, they were cool. And I told them, I said, hey, man, I just had to get the feel. I'm an actual, YouTube career. I just wanted to feel of it. And then they shooed me off. But I was able to sit there for a few minutes and looked out from there to probably right where you parked your car.
Yeah.
And it's just a perfect view both ways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if, let's just say Maddie looked out her back door, she wouldn't have seen you in your car. She would have seen the foliage and she would have seen the night sky and it would have been fine. But like you said, it would have been like a mesh window where coming from the other view into her window, it's clear as day.
Oh,
so
yeah. You can see everything.
That's a perfect view right there. But as I sat there, I'm thinking to myself, if anybody wants to get into this home, this is where you do it. Right here, off of this top balcony. Because guess what? Exactly what you said. And people that have knowledge of getting in and out of homes on a criminalistic side of things, no. The way to get caught is always someone coming in the easiest of entrances for people to catch you. That's the front door. And then it's your main back door, because those are the most used entrances, not only by the people that live in the home, but what law enforcement would utilize to get into this home if there was a 911 call. So if a crime like this is being committed and there's 4 to 6 people in this home, you expect a 911 call at some point would be made, whether they heard you initially breaking in or while the crime was easiest way in is this 3rd floor, because you're not caught on the way in if you do it appropriately, because you could see anybody that could catch you on that floor. When that floor is empty, or when all the lights are out and people are sleeping on that floor, so you know where to go. And then if somebody is potentially coming in the home that could catch you, you just go right back out the same way. You go right back out, you jump and you run. I mean, that's
and if I'm leaving, I'm not going to the side. I'm going right up this fucking hill, bro. Right where I park when I'm leaving. I'm entering a different way. Yep, I'm going to park where I park, but I'm coming around the side, going up that back corner, because like you said, it's right, dude. That back corner of hill is like that back post for that deck to that back corner of the hill. I mean, hell, it's already given you an extra, a little extra anyway, where anybody could hit, right there. And I wish I could have done it, man. I pulled up right next to a damn agent my first day. I was like, hell no. But that door right here, this is the door, the 3rd floor. It's anybody that doesn't know or not familiar. So I showed you the back corner. Now this are the sliding glass doors right here. Okay. And this one right here is that sliding glass door. Now this is a picture again, as I got right out of I parked where that car was parked. I took a couple steps and then I took a picture right here. Really, I can see through this window. I can see through that window. I can see through here. Sliding glass door, sliding glass door. The other video where I take a couple steps over left, all of a sudden I can see the 2nd floor living room from the 2nd floor sliding glass doors. I can see the kitchen. I can see Dylan going in her room. I can see people going upstairs and downstairs from the 3rd floor. I can see through the 2nd floor living room as well, just all from that second floor sliding glass door being a couple feet off to where I'm at right now. And then if somebody else has their windows open or their door open, I can see everything. And like we're saying, when you're there at night, you got to think about it. The Earth's axis, you're talking Idaho, Moscow, it's way the F up there, okay? There's a reason why Moscow exists, because they had to create the University of Idaho before Idaho became a state in order to keep the panhandle. That's the only reason why they have Moscow in the University of Idaho, to save the panhandle. So you're way up there, okay? And then you got to think, it's November, it's the middle of November. The Earth's axis and where you're at on the Earth is one of the most farthest points away from the sun. That's why it gets dark at 4:30. When you're talking about the two small towns in the middle of nowhere, you don't have a lot of city bright lights to light up the sky. So guess what? The sky is even darker. So when you're talking about that low light, you're talking about that low light there because that parking lot doesn't even have a light for that parking lot back there. You're talking extra dark. And so when you're sitting right here and it's complete nighttime, this is what it looks like. But so right here, just imagine the house being there, right? Now watch this at night. Obviously, there's not going to be lights on, but imagine all these lights on and what it might look like right at here at night when it's pitch black in Idaho. You ain't seeing me. And if you're in a lit room, think about this, you guys. Say you're in the dining room and you're eating supper and you hear a noise out in the backyard, and you open your window and you're looking out there and it's dark, middle of winter, and it's really dark. You gonna see something? No, because the light exposure in your pupils is not adjusted for the nighttime. You ain't gonna see a lot of it at night. And so you have the perfect situation to really commit the crime that you committed, as long as nobody outside could really tell what was going on, or if somebody wasn't inside to be able to stop you from doing what you're doing. You're literally, what eyewitness is going to have you going in and going out at this time of night? Nobody. There's not going to be any witnesses because they won't even be able to see you.
Well, you got to factor in too, CJ. You probably even noticed it during the day where those trees in that backyard was kind of dark on its own self during the day because of those trees with that blockage of the home. You didn't get a heck of a lot of sunlight in there. I mean, you got some, but it was damp. It was dark, you know.
Even the parking lot. So, like, say you're sitting here and you look behind you, AR. Those tall ass trees that were behind you, and then that's a hill that's going up. So when the sun is going past you, the hill's way up there. It's getting way dark back there way early too, even in the daytime. In the daytime. And you're talking 4 p.m, people, when it starts to get dark up there. Like the sun sets at like 4:10 p.m, 4:15 p.m. It's sunset already. That's crazy.
And it's cooling down quick too.
Mm-hmm. So you got
down quick. Yeah.
The stiff air. The stiff air that won't carry sound waves very far either. Stiff air. Are y'all good, Audrey? Hopefully.
Yeah, it seems so.
Okay.
I'd love to hear from you, Audrey. I think I've heard you speak a couple of times, I believe, on either your own show or your own podcast, or you were with somebody. So it's nice to meet you, I think, face to face for the first time.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Audrey. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm kind of excited to hear her and everybody else's take real quick, because I'm a listener. I love to hear what they have to say as well. So,
I mean, as far as like the entry point, like I'm not 100% familiar with everything, but I got a buddy that he can make a jump, like I don't even say a jump, literally probably just jump up, grab it, and he'd be up there, and you would hear like nothing. And he's not really even built, so the entry
That
point.
one right there.
Yeah, it looks spot on. I can't tell because the picture how close down the hillside gets to that pole, but if he had just like a little bit of a something, give him that boost, and it's dark like that, you could definitely get up that. And it's even got it set up to where you can grab onto the post, and you got the extra. You're not
Right
like
here.
have to hang off the edge. Yeah, you got extra foot like for your feet, your footage.
Yeah.
You could grab it even lower there where.
Yeah, because that would be a little difficult, and then trying to lunge yourself over, but right here, and that's
Yeah,
why
just-
I think
it
that's
gives
why
you a
I
little bit of
think
an advantage too.
look, that's why I think there's a lot of dirt there, man. A lot of stain.
So it's a great observation.
Not red stuff. I'm just saying like dirt.
No, from dirt and everything.
As in I don't think the person that committed the crime was the only one that did it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like I think that was a typical thing. I think it was a typical thing even at parties.
I wish y'all had another picture of like the deck, like at the top or something. I know you don't, but is there?
Yeah,
I didn't want to pay
this
attention.
is just when I was there.
Is there gutters? Is it on there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
right
gutters.
here. Yep.
It'd be interesting to see like if the gutters are full. Anyway, sounds kind of random, but if that gutter guard or not, because I know sometimes you can get when the leaves and stuff degrade, you can kind of get that, but I don't see any of that like it came from the gutters either, like because the rest of the deck looks clear even on the edge there. So yeah.
And you can see like right here, there's all these trees. Yeah, there's a cherry tree at the back deck. But
you think the buildup would be more than just that spot? So
well,
makes sense.
I'm gonna tell you right now that deck. Oh man, that was a dangerous deck because when you see it in real life, man, it was rotting. It was it was dangerous. It was really a dangerous deck. But yeah, you had all of this extra room to literally get a good grip, pull yourself up,
leverage.
And you had a perfect ledge right here to take your hand and latch it onto it and pull yourself up even more, and then take the other hand and latch it onto the top. I mean, it gave you damn near a ladder, you know, because you use both hands to grab this, hold this with your left, use your right to swing up and grab this, pull you up, use your left to grab that, and or even one of the handle.
I know it looks a little shaky, CJ, but I'll tell you what, when I was up on it, you had plenty of room and it was pretty solid. It didn't make noise, it didn't creak, nothing. Like when I literally got up on that thing, this would have been what you would think would be a scary place to be. Like it looks old, it looks like it could come crumbling down at any minute, but when I was up there and my feet were underneath me, it was like, man, this actually got plenty of room. If I had to take a running start up there to get away from somebody or get away from a cop, I had all the room to be able to do it. It would have been a quick hop over that little railing. Yeah, it would have been a far kind of flop down to the ground, but below you, there was plenty of soft stuff below you when you landed. As long as you missed those bricks that you were talking about, because you had a little bit of the bricks that came up underneath that area. Yeah. But if you avoided those, you landed in just really soft dirt, and boom, you're gone. You're like, gone.
It was all soft. It basically all looks like this. It's just soft dirt. And yeah, you could tell, like you can see when it comes to the pieces of wood, there's no curvature. There's no like tearing apart of the wood, and you can tell it's all square. Look at the part of this piece of wood right here. It's nice and straight. There's no curves to it. There's no warping to it as it goes along. Definitely is. It definitely is sturdy, even with the weather damage right here. Even with the weather damage, it definitely is sturdy because you have all of those straight angles with that wood, which tells you it's got strength. It's not going to bust on you when you slap your hand on it and do this. Next thing you know, you make a whole bunch of noise and you're like, crap. No, you got real nice solid area to just latch. Like you said, you could literally jump, bam, bam, and then you're over the thing running, jumping down because it's soft dirt on the other side. And really, the way that everything is there, it's so cramped. And that's one of the things that I always tell everybody when you're there yourself. It's one thing to like see photos and pictures, but when you're there and you're navigating through those areas, you almost get claustrophobic because of how cramped everything is. What did you think about that when you went there, man? Like how cramped everything is. It's just nuts, isn't it? Even the roads.
Yeah, everything seems to be right on top of each other. Like literally, I felt Ian Harsh was probably sitting on my shoulders while I was at the house. You know what I mean? I mean, it was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
buddy, what's going on? Good to see you." You know?
Or looking out his window, you know.
Yeah. Shoot, I thought I was at the King Road home, but I was sitting in Enon Harsh's, living room, looking in the side windows. But yeah, it's very, very tight, very. I just don't see how people didn't know what was happening when it was happening,
Right.
because it was just that close,
Especially the neighbors, and you can't tell me that not one, like especially the Queen Road apartments, not by Linda Lane, but right up next to the house. Because when you're walking through the 2 Queen Road apartments, and I'll do like a bird's eye view just to try and help. Let me see here. When you're walking between Queen Road apartments, when you're getting close to where the house was, sound is flying through that little area where the road's at, where all the apartments are at. That's why when it comes to the parties, I think the parties affected somebody that was living there too, because you think of all the noise complaints and all the noise. These apartments right here. So here's the Queen Road apartments. This is that back parking lot. And then here's the other one right here. Now the house is gone on the updated photo, but this is where I parked at right here, where this car's at. And then I got out and I took the photos, and that's where that's at. These are the Queen Road apartments. You got one section here, one section here. This is the little area that goes in between. There's a sidewalk that goes in between those 2 apartments that goes to these little stairs that then get you down onto the road. And then the side of the house that doesn't have any windows is right here. I don't know how anybody in this area didn't hear anything, or 1126 didn't hear anything, especially because when you're at this area of 1126, their door is right up here, and this is where they park, but they have to walk up and go through this walk area to get to the door, and that faces right at the sliding glass doors, and they would have had the perfect view of anybody where that crime was committed, because they not only had view of the parking lot as well, but they also had view of everything back here. But sound wise, I'm surprised that nobody didn't have a window open that night. I know it's the middle of November, but there's a lot of people that'll have their window open at night just for the fresh air, even though it's cold. And also when it comes to this house or this specific area, I don't know how anybody didn't hear it, because that with how brutal the crime was, you're making noise still.
I agree. I want to answer a question that's in your chat here real quick, CJ, and I'm going to pass it on to others to speak. But somebody asked how I was able to get up on that back porch without security being alerted of me being back there. First of all, as you know, CJ, when you get back behind that home, exactly what we're talking about, they just kind of ignore you. Even though I had people, passerbyers that lived in the back, apartments back there, come up and talk to me. Security pretty much would leave you alone unless you were trying to pee on the house or this or that or whatever you were doing. But they took breaks, and they also sat in their vehicle in the very front part of the home, in the front parking lot. So I'm sorry to kind of just lay it out there. I was very good at what I did at a younger age, where I could get in and out of these situations pretty quietly. So like I said, they did catch me on the back patio, but I had been there for a few minutes, before they got me. But it's really not that hard. Like CJ was saying, that side route over there, even with the gentleman up here, I believe it was Trey, stating that his friend could probably just do a quick jump and a pull up to get on that back. If I was a little younger and a little stronger, like, I'm not anymore, I probably could have done the same thing. It's not that big of a jump. I was just able to utilize that chain link fence to get up there quite easily and quickly. But that side area over there it's just kind of in your own world if the people in the apartments are ignoring you, which they seem to do. Because I'm telling you, if this crime was as violent as they claimed this crime was, the people that live in those apartments that CJ was just pointing out would have heard every single bit of that. There's no doubt in my mind they would have heard every single bit of that, because the noise stays right in that little area and echoes through it. So, man, I really have a hard time. Yeah, like this guy sitting on the front of his car. Let me tell you, that's not going to be the guy that's going to stop the burglar.
He's just there to listen to a podcast and the shift go by.
I'm telling you right now, that guy wasn't going to be the one. He isn't the one that got me. I'll tell you that right now. He ain't the one that got me.
He's the one to call somebody. But that's basically where they're parking. It'll
Right.
have different vehicles or whatever. But I'm showing this picture because really that's where the person was parked. Now, the first couple days I showed up, there was agents and they were still, it was obvious what was going on. But the last couple days, it ended up being just somebody that was parked right there. The other times they were parked all the way around the house. But this one right here, this is where they would park. And you know what's messed up, AR, that really bothered me a lot was this. When I went there, you still saw this, right?
Oh yeah.
The ladder? Yeah.
Yep.
It really bothered
it was
me.
there the entire time. That was there even when the house got torn down.
That's right. It was when it got. Yeah, they moved it right before they started demoing the house.
Yeah, it was still there.
That's right. Yeah, it always bothered me when I saw that, man. I was like, wow. And then they didn't even fix the crime scene tape or the do not cross. It just kind of was broke in one section and just laying down. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
You didn't even.
Well, what's crazy is even when I jumped up on that third floor, the trash that was outside the back sliding door was still there, and the couch was still on that back patio. So
it's crazy.
I mean, for people that think they came in here to clean this crime scene out immediately, no, there was still a lot of stuff at this crime scene up until the day they tore this down. So, I could easily see how they were saying why people were coming and urinating on the house. And it wasn't hard to get inside of this fence. And it wasn't hard. If you wanted to get in the house, you probably could have. I wouldn't recommended it, but if you wanted to, you could have. The security that was on site, they were pretty polite, and they just kind of stayed to themselves, unless you did something absolutely outrageously stupid, kind of like what I did. They didn't really come up and interact with you. They didn't talk with you. I mean, they didn't want you on the back patio or anything like what I did. But like I'm sure, CJ, when you sat up in your car, maybe they would stroll by you or see you here or there, but I'm sure they didn't come up and harass you.
They never came up to me, but when they were there, they were definitely looking and talking about me. I could tell that. So I was, it's kind of one of them things where it's like, hey, I'm just not going to get out of my vehicle and I'm going to start doing my work or whatever. And then there'd be certain times where I'd do whatever. But when there wasn't anybody there the last couple of days, it was nice. And yeah, man, you really could have got it. Like, really, even if you had a damn hammer, okay? Even if you had a damn hammer or a crowbar, you really could have got in one, like broke the plywood on one of the back windows from the third floor deck, just like you would have committed the crime. You could have got in there, and nobody, unless somebody saw you, you could have got in there real easy. Now you would have had to be careful because there's a lot of parts of the floors and walls that were removed, and you could have been like going through on something, and next thing you know, you're dropping 2 floors, and then you got to call the cops. And I think that's why they were worried, because I remember Crime Circus was like promoting, and this is, I don't know, maybe I know that they always wanted to rush tearing it down, because they wanted to tear it down before once the new year started, after the crime took place. Just a few months later, they were wanting to tear it down, and it was the families that were pausing them. But when it comes to that, like, that dude was like promoting having a slumber party at that house, and I was like, wow, this has gotten really crazy. And you hope nobody did, because like it would be really dangerous in there at that point. When it comes to, we saw when it got demoed, all the walls and floors that didn't exist, because it got taken down in little chunks at a time, and then it was just one big crash. It was so cheaply built, the way that it kind of crashed down with them demoing it. It didn't take very long at all, but it would have been totally, they're in there listening to their podcast. They're just there to let the hours go by until they can go home and do whatever, and they're not even, I bet you, in their car windows, their windows are up. I don't even know how they would have heard you get through the back. You could have done whatever.
Well, that's
They
what I'm telling you.
definitely.
I got up on that back patio and they didn't hear me at all. They probably were just starting to do walks or change a shift or something, and somebody walked back there and saw me up there acting like a fool. And they didn't even yell at me. They just kind of whistled, and they're like,
Oh
"Hey,
yeah.
can you come over here and talk to me for a minute?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess." You busted me. I probably have to now. But they were all right about it. They noticed I wasn't trying to break in or steal anything or do anything other than scoping it out, which they weren't too appreciative of. They told me to leave, but
Yeah. This right here, when you're looking from the top down, this is where the house was at, that dark area, the dirt area right there. So it's kind of an updated photo. And then, yeah, Mishy Girl brought up this house back here. There's these houses, they're up on a hill, but you can even see the shadows. You can see how far these shadows reach when it comes to these trees that are right here. And so you can tell these are really tall trees too. So you can kind of see how it already kind of gets darker in that area. You look around the rest of the map, it's not really dark except for the certain areas where there's tall trees, and you can already see half of that parking lot's already getting dark when most of it is kind of lit up from the sun. So yeah, it's definitely a perfect area to be able to do that. What do you think when it comes to like do you think the person lived in the area? Do you think it was a friend? Do you think it was somebody that went to school? What are you thinking when it comes to who it might have been, based off of you?
absolutely very personable with at least one of the people of the home, if not more than one of them. I would say knew them for years. Probably if they didn't live directly in that area, they visited young ladies a lot. Not just occasionally, because if you visit occasionally, you don't learn the area well enough to do something. Those were good, young, attractive young ladies, and they seemed extremely sociable. Probably had very good friends all the way through high school, probably beginning in the middle school range, that somebody got hurt at some point in time, whether they thought they could date one of these young ladies or maybe did date one of these young ladies, and it just broke their hearts. But this is not in my opinion, a one-person crime. The setup of this home doesn't set up for an individual person, and the manner of the crime and the speed of the crime doesn't set up for an individual person. So somebody got really hurt and they had their friends with them, and they were able to maneuver themselves into committing a crime like this. Because I also think this type of crime, it takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of, I don't even want to use the word planning. Planning's not the right word. This takes inner patience and capability to maintain yourself to do this, because you have to, one, accomplish getting in and out of the home patiently and confidently without being detected or caught. But two, now you've got to have that ice cold veins that you could literally take the lives of 4 people and not think twice about it. Like, you don't have to think about it on the way in, and you can't think about it on the way out, because if you think about it on the way out, you get caught. And whoever committed this crime, even if this is a Brian Koberger crime, which I'm
still don't
just
know.
open-minded. I'm open-minded to either way. I'm not one that sealed the deal whether he did or didn't. But somebody egged somebody on in this and gave them even more confidence that they could do this and they could get away with it. And potentially, I think at the end of the day, in my thought process, my theory, somebody got away with this. Even if someone's caught, somebody's not. So it's a scary thought, man. It's a scary thought.
Especially when I'm showing this picture right here, because this is what their house would have looked like. Look, you can see through the side window. You can see through the sliding glass door. There's lights lighting it up for you, which is one reason why I think the person didn't notice DM as they were walking, quote, out the door, which I don't even think they were. But this is what I'm saying. You can't wipe your face off with all of that squirt back on you as you're committing these crimes. You can't wipe your eyes. So when you got blood in your eyes, it creates a foggy vision on the side, right? And you can't wipe them. So you can't, and then they just get foggier and foggier, and you can only see, and this is why I think they wouldn't have seen her, because they wouldn't have even had that vision in the corners of their eyes, because blood would have been there fogging it up and it would have been burning, and they would have looked for this light right here shining through the sliding glass doors. So if they had it all over their face, they're definitely seeing that light, and an easy way to get out of there without having to actually spread it even more on them. And I almost wonder, it definitely took a lot of energy. It took a lot of focus. It took a lot of in what I'm calling investment, because in order for you to produce that amount of energy, stamina, focus, to be able to not only to commit it, but be able to not even leave anything behind injury wise, and have 4 people, that's a lot of chance you're taking. You're already taking a 50-50. Even though you have the weapon, it might be 75-25. But once it starts happening, it could become a 50-50 real quick, because the next thing you know, it could fall. But to have that ability to be able to commit that crime so effectively where you don't even get injured with your own weapon from your own self, that takes a lot of focus too. And to have that amount of focus, that amount of adrenaline, that amount of emotion, to be able to commit this and to commit it the way that you did, that is a lot. And I don't even know, in my opinion, I don't even know if it would have to be somebody that would be, quote, involved with one of them, because I could see somebody that maybe was awkward already tried to introduce themselves, got shut down, tried it later on, got shut down, showed up to a party when they got extra drunk and tried something and got shut down and continued to get shut down over and over. And somebody that lives in that area that would have a reason to be around would have the most access. And I could see one of these girls just shutting down a dude over and over because he was that awkward dude at the party that would always, maybe hanging out all the time, trying to get close. Because, I mean, listen, how many girls are out there that have had some dude that was in the friend zone that when he finally realized he was in the friend zone, he got mad at you and quit hanging out with you? Like that kind of guy. The guy that kind of would be like the type. Trey and Busby, you guys don't really. I'm going to ask you, if a dude came up to a female and offered her a half bottle that was already open of any kind of cooking wine or wine period or anything liquid, even if it was just a bottle of water, what do you think about that? Don't you think that's kind of weird?
I'd say shut it down. I'll be like, no, we're good.
Introduce yourself. That's how they wanted to introduce themselves. Oh.
I'd be snatching that shit away from it, throwing it away. Tell that person, do not use that, do not drink that.
Now, if I know you, I'd be like, sure. Right? Like I've known you for a long time, I'll probably drink your drink. But if it's...
No. This is you're a new neighbor. Okay. What about this? This is your sister. Okay. Your sister moves into this house. This neighbor, and she's telling you this story. And this neighbor comes up to her, and in order for him to introduce himself to the neighbor, he was like, hey, here's this half bottle of cooking wine for you.
Hell no. I'd say sketch yourself. Now, depending on what type of person you are, you might accept it and act like you're going to take it and you're dumping it out. Or you'd be like, I think most people will probably take it, but not do anything with it.
I hope not. And ladies, if somebody ever does that, please don't.
Like, you want to be polite.
Think about it. Think about a drink at a bar. What about a drink at a bar? You know what I'm saying?
You ain't taking it.
Definitely be that person that.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, but worse. This is coming. It has a cap on it. It's, it's not some, like, think about it. So when you think about drinks at a bar, right, and how they can be spiked.
Yeah.
What if somebody came up to your sister and they were like, hey, here, how you doing? My name's so-and-so. Here's a half open bottle of cooking wine for you.
No,
not at all. I definitely see entrance into the house through that deck. I could definitely see that, especially a younger person.
Yeah, this one right here.
That wouldn't be hard at all for a younger person.
Like, okay, so, and shout out to AR. He probably had to head out for his live. Thank you to him. I'm going to drop everybody's link again. I think Audrey's just having some
computer issues.
Well, it could be StreamYard too, because StreamYard's been updating. Excuse me.
Yep.
StreamYard, and it's even bugging tonight. StreamYard's coming out with some updates the last couple days, and it hasn't been very user friendly technology wise for some of the whatever the problems are, whatever. But
everything's been blanking this entire time on my side. So
is it?
Yeah, everything's blanking.
Well, I wanted to kind of get his knowledge and kind of let it sink in with everybody first. We'll have him back on. We'll be getting together coming up in the future. But when it comes to this area, I've kind of showed you the different pictures. If you want me to show you one of the other photos, whether it's bird's eye, back corner, side, whatever, let me know.
Can you do a street view? Like the road that, does it show, if that makes sense? I forgot what road it was. when you had the aerial.
Oh, the drone. Yeah. Yeah, hold on.
Like, you know, like,
yeah,
I
the
think I'm
drone.
unmuted.
No, the drone. Hold on. Let me go to it. Let's see here. Yeah, let me show you the drone.
I liked AR's like honest perspective on how he would
Right.
get in there, especially with his background. I mean, you can't get more real than that. Like someone that's
No, that was
this,
that
but
was perfect. That was perfect.
yeah, just straightforward.
Let's see here. All right, let me pull up the drone. Okay, so here's the drone. So, okay. So see right here, you got the side of the house, right? Here, let me move us. Let me put us up here. Okay. All right, so you got the side of the house right here, okay? Now, you see how this road goes up? Okay? So right where this van is right here. Say the front bumper of that van, okay? Is
Yep.
where I took that picture where you see this. So that's where I took this picture, okay? Right where that vehicle, the front bumper of that vehicle, that's where I took this picture.
So the
Now,
road's right there.
dude, look at now when you see the road on the drone,
I can see the
that's
angle though.
you see how high it is compared, and see this tree right here? That's where the parking lot is. And so you know how high the road is. You see right here how close that back corner of where we're at goes right down. And right at that pole is where the edge of it so like your dirt's going down like this, the pole's right here. The slope of that dirt hits the pole, this back pole of this deck. So that's how you're already gaining like 2 feet from the
already
pole on the
elevated enough.
ground. You're already elevated 2 feet to literally just hop up there. You don't even really have to jump crazy.
First thing comes to my mind is parkour.
Is what?
You know, parkour.
Parkour where people can move from one, like from building to building, or like jump on top of the car without even grabbing the car.
Oh,
Right.
Oh. Okay, there we go.
So you just pull on up and you have the perfect little spot.
So that's right here at that front bumper. Now that sidewalk that I was saying that had little steps in the middle road between the house and the apartment building, that was coming out of, so this right here, there's that line of houses or apartments. There's a sidewalk. It has a little couple steps, and then you're down in the road, and then you're right across to the middle, the right front corner of the house is where you kind of walk up to. So now as we go back to this, you'll see right here where this car is right here, if you can see my mouse. This vehicle right here, that's where the steps come straight out. And so basically the front passenger door of this van right here is where you're walking straight out from those little steps.
Sidewalk.
So see, you can drop down here and you're at the side of the house where there's no windows, but look all the way up here compared to this roof. So you got the roof in the front of the house. Okay, you see how high it is? Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Who's to say they didn't use one of those vehicles to get over the fence? You know, get up on one of those vehicles. And then, you know,
well, there wasn't a fence there when the crime took place.
Okay.
So there wasn't a fence there.
It was just the brick wall?
There wasn't a brick. No, there was some landscape bricks. So Here, let me finish this point real quick, and then I'll get to
Okay.
what you're talking about. So you see this
Go
roof
ahead.
right here. You see
Uh-huh.
this roof.
Yep.
You see how high it is, and it gets to the roof of this vehicle back here. That's
Right.
how high. That's how high you are. This is ground level. So right back here at this back corner where this street turns into the parking lot, it's the same level as that roof right there. Okay. Now that roof is the same level as the floor of this deck. Okay, so
Oh,
if
God.
you're standing on the road
Right.
and you're standing right here where your feet are at, lines up with this right here.
Oh my God.
So
Okay,
you
so
have
was that
you
fence
have that
there?
no. You have that elevated look, so you almost have a bird's eye of everything else around you. Okay?
Uh-huh.
But also you have a equal view of that third floor. You can see everything a lot better. No, this fence was not here. This was put up excuse me. This was put up to block to close off the house. There's landscaping bricks that are right here, okay? Because
Uh-huh.
you have trees behind it. And so as weather happens, you will get a lot of slippage with this soil.
Mhm.
Okay, you'll get a lot of slippage with the soil. So it's like a retaining wall of landscape bricks right
Okay.
in this small section
Yeah,
that kind of
I
holds
mean,
it back.
that's
So
the access that I would have went through. 100%.
because right here you could, even if you're not tall enough, you could have literally taken a couple of those landscaping bricks right to your left, stack, and you're even another foot taller to help you get on that area.
Right.
And there was also a couple cinder blocks that were laying over in this area, and there was during that. Now, so what happened is somebody came in there, brutally attacked 4 people with a knife, didn't leave anything behind except for what they're thinking is what the weapon was a K-bar, because there was a K-bar sheath that was left behind. But when it comes to the injuries, and we will probably, I don't know if they're going to seal it or what, we should know what kind of injuries. But if you listen to the coroner medical examiner that showed up, she's talking about sharp force and blunt objects. She's talking about not just typical wounds themselves, but she even describes some as rips or tears. And so, but there's been no weapon found as of to date. No weapon has been found. So, what happened is somewhere, and I'm just going to say, in my opinion, of when I think the crime took place and what they're stating, and I'm going to combine those two into one timeline. So, they're saying that between the hours of 2:45 and 4:25, they're saying between 4 and 4:25. I'm saying between 2:45 and 4:25, because I think there was other stuff more. It went differently, but that's just my opinion. But during those early hours, you've heard us describe how dark the area is. You've heard us describe the atmosphere. You've heard us describe the landscape. You've seen the different pictures from all of these different angles. And if you guys want me to go back to any one of them, let me know. But all of this took place. Somebody came in, supposedly one person, went in there, no forced entry, gained access, went in there. There was 2 victims in this window right here. Okay. This is Maddie's room, and this window right here is where 2 of the victims were found. That's where the sheath was found. One was laying down, the other one was up against the corner, halfway, laying up against the corner, legs on the other victim. That's where they found the sheath. Downstairs, there was somebody in this room right here. DM, which is one of the surviving victims, was in the room down here. And this is your kitchen area. Now, she was able to get out. She's the one that supposedly cracked open the door, saw the person clad in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a ski mask, walking by. Now, when it comes to the other victims, go back to this. The other victims, this room right here is Xana and Ethan. This is the living room, second floor window. Dylan's bedroom is, you see this area right here, and it's a different section of the building. That's your wall of Dylan's room, is right there. So you know that there's another extension coming out. That's where the living room is. The living room is where DM, right next to DM. This is Xana and Ethan. They were found in this area right here. The other surviving victim's bedroom was down here on the first floor. And then this is supposedly where they came out and everybody showed up. Now, this ladder right here, this is why I asked him if he was still surprised that the ladder was there, because this ladder was here.
That ladder's suspicious, man.
When the people who showed up, you know, after the crime and everything was taking place, this ladder was there and it had not moved the whole time since the crime took place. Isn't that kind of crazy how you have all this up and yet that ladder is still sitting in the same spot? But it was always interesting because right outside this window, and you would see a lot of the students enjoyed hanging out on this little stoop outside of the window. So there'd be a lot of times there'd be people sitting here at top doing their drinking or whatever, just hanging out up here.
So it was common knowledge you can climb up and down there.
Well, it might, you know, with climbing up and down, I mean, you could, but you can see right here, it's not even that high. When it comes to look at the top of this vehicle, you know, it's not a very tall vehicle. And then right just a few feet behind it, you can tell like that ain't nothing to get back on there. But the reason I'm pointing it out is because right here, if you're a party goer and you're hanging out, you want to hang out on this ledge, you're not, most of the time, you're probably not going to lunge yourself up here. Most of the time, you're just going to go inside, walk out through this window, and
right.
Because look, it's not. That's your knee right there. That's your knee.
They can go in and out that window.
That's your knee, and then you can go sit here. And so, I want you guys to picture that crime taking place at that time. We explain the atmosphere. It's so dark. It's this dark. It's this dark. And as it goes by in a couple seconds, you'll see what it looks like as you're leaving when it's dark and how dark it is. Those are my bright ass headlights, and look at how far the light don't travel. You and don't even
tell. They can't tell who the first victim was.
I didn't say that. And they don't know who the first victim is either. But when you're looking at this area, okay, you see these lights right here? That's the college house that is a few blocks away. I'm going to give you the bird's eye view real quick so you can see the college house. So as we're looking up above, and you got, this is where the house was at right here. You got the apartments, okay? We're sitting back here. I'm parked. You can see with the footage, you can see how far I'm looking in that building that has a bunch of light lit up, okay? This is the building that has a bunch of light lit up. This right here. So imagine the view that you have, guys. Remember, this building right here is those bright lights in the very middle back left of that screen I just showed you. So as I zoom back, you see this building right here. Now focus on that building. Look at how far back that building is from where that house was located. Hold on. Let me move us. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Okay, so you see, here's the house. You can see the front. That's where all the lights coming from. All the way back here is where I'm parked. Right back here. So see how much area I have of a visual when it comes to where I'm at, right? Because here's where I'm parked. I have all of that visual. And then look, when it comes to getting to this area, there's only one access and exit. Taylor Avenue. Taylor Avenue.
Was definitely looking at this place for a little while before they did it. I mean, it looks like it's pretty easy to see everything from there, so they could just time when people are coming and going.
I thought about it on my first day.
So it's not, you can't even just be driving through, like on a daily is what I'm getting at. Like unless you're from that area.
If you're back here, there's no reason for you to come back here because you're already going down a sketchy middle road. I'm going to show you how no room there is. And then you're having one access in and out. That's it. And so you got to go through here, come around here, and come around back here. Or you could go in a different route, and I'll show you the footage in a second. But when it comes to look at how far, not only how much I can see of this house, but look at how far my distance goes when it comes to my bird eye view, not only of the only entrance and exit, because remember the reason, you got the bright lights. Guess what's under the bright lights? The only access point to where I'm at. And look at how long it'll take you to get to where I'm at based on me being able to see if you're coming in or not. Because when I see you coming in way here, you got to go down King Road. Then you got to turn left, go down to Queen Road. Then you got to, and you're not flying because they're thin roads that sometimes you can't even have two cars going in opposite directions. Then you're coming around here and then you finally get to me and I see you way ahead of time. So when I bring you back to this, I can literally have the complete best view of not only the house and what's going on in the house, but I have the complete best view of who the hell is even coming in here. And you know how long it's going to take somebody to enter that road and get to me? At least a minute.
Yep.
45 seconds, 1 minute, depending on the traffic and how, but really you're only going 5-10 miles an hour, 15. You're not going very fast because the whole time you're sitting there going, if somebody comes this opposite direction, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? I'll show you the road in a second. So
my question would be, is this a fraternity row or something? Is there a bunch of fraternity houses around there?
It's all students living in houses Now the apartments, it's
Okay.
got a mix. The apartments has a mixture. It's got some students. It's got some families. But a lot of this is geared for the students. It's built for the students. It's housed for the students.
Do we know?
You have to
Do
think
we know?
like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do we know if there's a fraternity party going on that night? Somewhere with a bunch of loud music.
No, yeah, there's a fraternity party going on at Sigma Chi right across the street, right where all those lights are lit up.
On that night?
Yeah, it was a Saturday
Wow.
night. It was a Saturday night into the Sunday morning. There was a fight at that Sigma Chi house with one of the victims.
So there's your background noise to drown out any screams.
But because
playing music real loud.
Well, there's always noise complaints going on in this area. You got to think.
Yep.
You got to
know the
think.
extent of that fight?
We can get into it in the future. We'll discuss it outside of the show, but I want to wait to get into it, for the show, because we're going to go down, and I want to introduce the first press conferences. Okay.
Okay.
For this episode, I want to lay out the scene, give you the atmosphere, show you
You got the perfect vantage point to just, it's like you would walk by or stand there, figure out who's home without even having to look inside the residence. Then, like you said, you got the perfect vantage point. Like, once you know who's there or not there, you can see who else is coming. Like, if you're waiting for everybody to get there, you can just hang out, chill, and you're like, okay, everybody's here. I'm not gonna have no surprises. You pretty much know. I mean, you're gonna know everyone's there. You know probably where their rooms are.
And now we have knowledge that if somebody does hang out there, then nobody really bothers them.
Yeah,
no questions asked or anything.
Especially, like you guys are saying, like people not from there, and you pretty much no one asks like what you doing, bub, or nothing. But especially if you are from there, people are gonna recognize you, and they're not even gonna. I live right here. It's not gonna be a thing. I'm just doing my thing.
If they didn't think or look at me like I was suspicious, why would they do that?
They're damn sure not gonna do if they live there.
For their neighbor,
yeah.
They're gonna dismiss something suspicious.
Almost ignore it. Like you pass somebody 100 times, it's like
Especially if you see somebody that hangs out there multiple times.
Well, think about it like this. This is why I kind of wanted, why I explained how what it was like for me there. Now think about this. What if this is so creepy, dude. What if it was somebody, because I'm working on my computer, which is already suspicious. I'm sorry if I continue to go outside of my apartment and I see somebody's face lit up from their laptop computer night after night after night for a few hours each night in the complete darkness, and a car I know that doesn't live there in the apartment complex, I'm gonna be like, what are they even doing in that vehicle, right? Like, what are they doing? Why is their face lit up? Like, that's creepy. They didn't think I was creepy, right? What if a neighbor was just out there hanging out, sitting on, not even in the car. What if they're just sitting on the back, parking lot, just sitting back here. They're just chilling out back over here, hanging out in the trees. Oh, I'm just relaxing out in nature, but really they got a perfect eye shot going right into the sliding glass doors when they look a little bit to the left, and maybe when somebody's coming up to them, they're looking this way. There's so many. Anybody could have sat there.
Could be sitting there in a car or a vehicle eating a snack or whatever. Nobody paying them no mind at all.
Yeah, and maybe once their vehicle was there enough, they become,
especially if your windows are blacked out.
But it was a busy weekend. It was a busy weekend. Mine weren't. I didn't have 10 on mine, and so they could see me do I'm working on the computer and notebooks and all
False.
that stuff, and they could have literally. And people are coming out to their cars or coming home and parking right next to me, and not even, like I said, I got that peripheral, so I'm sitting there working on the computer, and I can watch them whether they're looking at me. I can see if they're
Yep.
giving me a dirty
you know
look,
if
and
they're
I'm not
checking
even
you or-
looking at them. I'm looking at my computer, but I could see the side just as good as I can see my front. And so
Yep.
I'm watching them if they're turning their head, if they're looking at me weird, if they're pausing, even though if they look at me, it looks like I'm not even paying attention to them, even though I can watch them like a damn hawk. Not one of them turned or anything like that. And Michigan girls, there was a big football game that weekend. There was parents weekend. There was another football game going on. There was a lot of activities. Sigma Chi party right across the street. A lot of activity. And in fact, during the same time period, so you got the front of the house, which is right here. Okay, you got Queen Road right here. At the same time period, there was an officer. There was 2 officers that were parked here and talking to a bunch of students that were walking over to the Sigma Chi party.
You got a lot of people, a lot of noise, a lot of different distractions going on. You're not going to focus on something like that, especially if you have a false sense of security and you're used to having a lot of noise. With all the complaints, apparently they were used to having a lot of noise there. So I don't think they would pick out anything like that. They'd kind of tone it out.
And you got all these apartments around here too. You're going to tell me not one of them's going to have an open window? And you're talking... You're talking like the medical examiner, coroner is telling you sharp and blunt, telling you rips and tears.
Yep.
How does, and look at all these addresses. These are all, you got some families mixed in here in this neighborhood. Most of it is students. And when you're talking about student housing, a lot
of parties going on.
A lot of people living in a certain location too.
A lot of parties going on. A lot of screaming all the time. If you got a lot of screaming all the time, people being intoxicated or not, just screaming all the time, you're not going to focus on another scream because it's just like the rest of them.
I'm sitting there thinking about all like the daily, all the doors you hear shutting, car doors, apartment doors. There's a lot of everything's like crunched together.
When you live in that type of situation, like living in an apartment complex, you kind of just get used to it.
A lot of noise complaints. It was a noisy neighborhood.
Yep.
And you got the college house right across a couple blocks away too. You can imagine the noise that would have been coming from that house, that lawn, that area, all the traffic walking back and forth, because when you're there, parking is so minimal and the roads are so thin.
People are always around.
Most people are walking. And it's such a small town. It don't take long to walk from here to there to there.
Just another person walking through. You're not going to pay any attention to it at all.
Yeah, there's that broken piece of crime scene tape, and it's just broken, and that whole tree area is wide open. Now, you see how dark, look at how dark it is up above the lights. That's how dark it is, okay?
And if you're inside, you're getting the white light, and it's going to drown out what's outside.
Now, you see the 2 lights from each side of the apartment building. You see the light on the apartment building all the way to the right. Those people are going to be parking, and I'll show you the parking lot here in a second. I got to get around this apartment building. So there is the walkway area between the 2 buildings. These are the Queen Road apartments again. Remember that walkway in between? That's the walkway in between those two apartment sections. Now I'm coming around the corner and we're going to be heading to the parking lot of 1122. So I'm coming around here. Now here's the side of the building, okay? Now you see how the parking's set up, right? The parking, the cars go back this way and then angled towards behind us, right? The front is angled in the direction behind us. Oh, I guess you got, hold on. So the cars are parked in the opposite direction. What's that tell you? That tells you that when people are coming home, they're not coming home through the way that I just went, because as you look, all of these cars, okay, are parked in that same direction. So that tells me that when they're coming home from that middle road in between the house and the apartment building. That tells me the people that are parking in this section live at this back right corner where the lights are at. Okay. Now, the
Right.
people that are parking in the parking lot that I just left are going to be those people that live in these apartments right here. These apartments right here are the closest doors and windows right next to the house, because now you can see the side of the house right past the corner of this building. Literally, people that are right at this corner can watch everything that happens on that deck. They can watch everything that happens at the patio and all the people that are running around in the yard and all of that. Now, when it comes to this back parking lot, see how dark it is above my headlights?
Oh yeah, just gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Pitch black.
Those people park at this part of the building. So they have the closest windows, they have the closest parking spot. If somebody is getting denied time after time after time, if somebody's an incel, if somebody has all that hate, I can see this is where it manifested from, not from a photo, not from somebody that goes to school with them that's like, damn, I wish I could. Ugh. Because this is so intimate of a crime. That's why I feel it was something right here, because where do you get your intimacy? You get your intimacy from having to hear it every damn night. You get your intimacy from having to
Yep.
see them every freaking day. Every time. Sometimes you just want to go home. Sometimes you just want to go to sleep. But every freaking time you gotta see them and hear them.
Yeah, they just got tired of it.
That's where I think it comes from, right? And look at how
Not
dark
being
it is.
accepted.
Not being accepted, of course.
Yep.
Now, here's the road. You see how small it is? You see my vehicle? How are you going to fit two vehicles down this? You can't.
I
This
wouldn't
is
want
why-
to drive the speed limit and go down that road.
The whole time I was driving around, bro, I had to sit there and every 5 seconds go, where would I go if a car came my direction? Every 5 seconds. It was ridiculous. That's parking. You see the drop off. You see the little steps right in front of us right here. You see the little steps that come in between. You see how close everything is. Now look at how slow I have to go, and look at how close I get to this dumpster. I'm about to hit the front right of my car, and I'm going slow.
Yeah, you're not driving out of there in a hurry.
Supposedly the person left in a hurry, okay? They left in a hurry and left these tracks. Let me get that photo up for you guys. And they left these tracks, according to law enforcement. They left these tracks right here, leaving the crime at a high rate of speed, okay? Now, look at this track. Look at this track. You see this one right here? It comes this way, curves around. You got another one right up here, but is it really showing up? You see where this police vehicle's at? That's where I'm turning, okay? And you saw me turn, so this guy right here, picture that being my vehicle, my wheels are turned, and I'm supposed to be leaving at a high rate of speed to leave tire tracks.
Honestly,
So-
man, I don't think they're leaving at a high rate of
Yeah.
speed.
No,
Like, I don't want to say you're chilling, but
No, I think they may have peeled out.
I think you're just going about your, like, I don't know. If you don't live there, which I found, or at least know the area, you've already got everything like muscle memory built in. So why would you speed? Like
I don't
knowing
know how you would.
like knowing
Think
everything
about it
that
like
you
this.
just methodically went through the rage. I think you're gonna be like calm and like the scary calm. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, think about this. The last thing that you want to do
Yeah,
is start to get away with committing a crime and get into an accident right outside the frickin' house you committed the crime at.
yeah, and you were
Right?
Right.
You don't.
everything
You
else
don't.
went good, and then all of a sudden
You're gonna-
something easy you're gonna mess up.
Yeah, let's get a flat
Or
tire
you're,
right
you're
in
gonna
front
get
of the
reckless
house.
then, I guess is what I'm
Let-
saying. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Let's run into a dumpster and wreck out my front end right in front of the house.
I would be driving just like you. I'm just another person,
right here, and
just blending in. If I had to leave, but
and I'm letting this thing play so you can see how slow I'm going and you can see how close I get to stuff.
and even if there was a camera, like say your car's leaving, it's not gonna stick out because you're just chilling. You're just
That's how. Okay, there's that. Now, what if I did leave at a high rate of speed? My ass end might swing out on me, right? Because I'm taking that hard curve turn at a high rate of speed. My ass end might come out. What might I hit next? Oh, this frickin' bush and this pole. Bam, bam. Or if I don't slide into that, I might slide into this retaining wall to the right of me and then fly over.
If you overcorrect too.
Now look, how much room is there for two vehicles?
There's more room there than what you just came out of, but it's still going to be tight.
Of course.
Oh yeah, that's tighter than what it looks.
Now it opens up a little bit, but it's still tight. Basically, there's enough room for two vehicles going
Just do
opposite
a nice-
directions without the parking. When you add the parking, then it's a problem. This right here is a lot wider, you can tell, because now you can tell there's plenty of room for another vehicle to fit on my left. But as you're going
I'm
in...
thinking. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm thinking that the witness that saw this person peeling out saw a different car peeling out. And
Would
the other
peeling
person-
out fast leave them marks? You know what they look like to me is okay, if I was turning at a high rate of speed, let me bring you up this way.
Did that concrete make noise or anything? Does that make sense with your wheels? When you're driving. You know what I'm talking about? Like a concrete that no matter how you were driving, it's like
No.
Okay.
No. So this, if I'm going at a high rate of speed, I'm going at a high rate of speed going up.
I also like you get familiar with roads and stuff.
Right.
I was like some people that drive faster than others on a norm.
Old country roads is what you're talking about.
Or like just a combo, like it might be a road that you should be going slow on, but some people kind of keep going faster and faster and faster.
Yeah.
Because you get
Just
comfortable
like
doing
those suggested 40-mile-an-hour turns, and some people do it at 50.
Yeah,
and
50,
do
60.
just fine. You know, those roads are super narrow though.
Now, if I'm going at a high rate of speed, I might go at a high rate of speed turning right,
Coming up, like you said.
coming up.
Yeah, because
But
you're trying to get up the hill, keep your momentum going.
but coming out, this is what, because I can tell coming this way, okay, because I can tell if somebody's kind of coming up at me this way, but when you're coming around this way, all right, you don't get to see who's coming down that road until, this is another reason why you're not leaving at a high rate of speed, because you are kind of blocked off. So
Yeah,
as
you
you're
don't know what
backing
the
out
hell's coming around the corner.
off to your left because of the house, in the trees, in the bushes, so you could, again, you're gonna commit a crime and leave at a high rate of speed at this point because you got to have momentum to get to that high rate of speed. So if you're getting to a high rate of speed, you're not going to see anything till about right. And who says there's not cars blocked right there or parked? You're not going to see anybody till right here. So that's another reason why I don't see somebody. You don't want to get into an accident right in front of where you committed the crime. You're trying to get out of there. And so to try and do that, I don't know. I just and even to get at a high rate of speed here, you're gonna slide into something. You're gonna hit something. That right there, that don't make sense either.
I almost think, like, the more I'm thinking about everything we've learned, keep showing the route and stuff, I'm almost like, what if you didn't have to leave? And if anything, you would go back to your spot that you watch and wait and just see if anybody knows anything and keep hanging out and waiting and then go to wherever it is you're going to go. Like, why be in a hurry is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, because you could literally be...
You would know if somebody's coming. Like, if the police were coming, you would know they're coming.
And you wouldn't even... You could literally walk outside, when it comes to showing these apartments. Here, let me go back to this real quick. When it comes to showing these apartments... Okay, hold on one second. I gotta let it play for a second. Now, when it comes to showing these apartments, you see how it's kind of got that... They're like just pieces of wood, like the side of the deck. There's just pieces of wood, and you can see through them. You can see through them as we're kind of driving up here. All right, say somebody comes out their door and wants to go have a cigarette right in front of their apartment, right? Let me see. Let me go back just a minute.
I'm sure.
Right? They want to have... Now look at where the house is. You can see the deck in the lights of the vehicle. You can see the deck in between those two trees around the middle of the screen. That's the deck. You got the house over to the right. So say you don't even have to go anywhere, dude. You could just come right outside your front door, sit down on the chair that's sitting right out there. There's a chair right there in the first floor right here, right up in that corner. I mean, you can see see the chairs sitting there? You got another chair sitting right there. Somebody could just be sitting in their chair and just look over to the right and look at the view that they got. You could watch. Oh, shoot. Maddie forgot to close her window.
I also was thinking about the sheath that was found. Like, if that's what it was from, then I don't want to say you for sure got your starting point, but with the entry point, like, because you're not going to be putting it back up just in case somebody would walk, like, you come upon someone somewhere they're not supposed to be. Like, you're not going to do that and then resheath it.
No, and if you're committing the crime and you're going in there to commit it, where would you have your sheath at?
That's the thing too. I would have it on me. I don't know. Like, everything else, like...
And how easy is it for a K-bar knife sheath to come off.
Well, I wouldn't want to believe it either.
Depends on how it fastens to you.
There's like a couple different types. Do you know what kind of sheath it is? 'Cause
Yeah,
there's
Yeah.
leather and there's canvas and
yeah. It's here. Let me see. I gotta pull up the photo.
like you got cheap ones, expensive ones. I think they even make the ones that snap. They go around like a belt, and then you got the one that's permanent where you can't.
Right here. Hold on.
Oh, that looks like a permanent one. On the back
le-
side,
The
yeah,
leather.
the leather's attached. I believe it could have the two
Yeah.
straps that do the.
You can
This
see the
button-
rivet.
This button opens up right here.
Yeah. Was it really a USMC
Yeah.
bar?
This right here. So how is that coming off your belt loop, man? All right.
Yeah, it's not.
It's
and-
not. And do you carry one in your hand if you're going to commit this?
No, it's gonna be up under. Like my shirt's gonna be over it. You're not gonna see it, or a jacket or whatever I'm wearing. That don't make any sense.
Yeah, because what do you need your other hand for when you're
Oh.
going in there to commit the crime, right? Defense or control.
Yeah.
Right?
How did they
Defense or control.
What?
how did they identify what weapon was used? By the sheath or by the actual wound itself?
They're saying that the weapon is they're saying that the sheath is from the weapon, even though there's different statements to what the weapon damage caused, and they never found the weapon.
Then they don't have 100% proof that it's a K-bar,
No.
because I've used a sheath and
They
I've
belong.
stuck from a different maker, and I've stuck a buck knife in it before,
That's what I was thinking, Busby.
and it's the same shape, so it fit.
I was also thinking, like, if this was thought out like the way it clearly seems, like maybe the person didn't wear a belt. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
someone that
they
just
stuck it
doesn't
in
wear
their
a belt.
pocket.
Maybe they could have been wearing sweatpants or something.
A hoodie
Yeah,
could have been the front pocket of a hoodie.
got like your kangaroo pouch.
Yep,
just-
and it fell out. But
There's let's see here. I'm trying to
I
find
mean, unless-
another photo for you.
unless they match the wounds,
Yeah,
You know how
make it
they
make
match-
sense. Yeah,
you know how they match calibers, right?
yeah,
With wounds. Unless they matched that with that specific knife.
yeah, like 100 different knives.
Yeah.
That would. Yeah,
What other knife did you say fit?
they're like. You
I'm-
probably- Good.
I didn't use a K-bar sheath, but I've used a sheath and put a different brand knife in it before. I mean, a
Yeah,
knife
that's fun.
similar to that. It was a Bowie knife, like a Rambo knife.
Here's another picture from side of the house. And this was right after. You can
Oh,
see
yeah.
the landscape bricks. Look at what's
Ooh.
it. Look, you got bricks here.
How close is the fucking tree to that deck?
It's right over. It hangs right over.
Why
I mean, if
couldn't
you
they
want,
just climb
if you
up the
wanted,
tree?
you could have climbed up the tree and hopped over
Yeah.
too. But you don't need to, because you can literally just get a couple cinder blocks and bricks, and right there.
Right.
But that's
So
another
many-
photo showing you how close
So many
everything is.
access points, man.
Yeah, the ladder too. What's up, typically? Sorry, I'm trying to like navigate all these photos here that I have brought up. Now, let me see, where's this one? So when it comes to the sheath, okay. So here is a picture of the rendition of the house. Okay, so right here, and I'll put up the photo real quick. So as I go through their names, you can put a face to their name if you are not familiar. You got Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan. Okay, so there's each one of them, and then there's their names right next to it. Okay, so when it comes to Maddie was laying right here. Okay, the Kaylee was found here up against the corner, legs over Maddie. You see this circle right here? The knife sheath was found halfway under Maddie's side. Okay, so Maddie's laying here. The knife sheath was laying halfway under Maddie. Kaylee's legs were over her, and Kaylee was up against the corner. Okay.
To me, that
So-
person didn't realize there's two people in that bed. That's
We
the first
don't-
thing comes to my mind.
Yeah, but you got your window right here, and if somebody saw your light turn on and shut it off and saw you come in and come out and all that other, then they already know who showed up because they all got home around 1:45 to 2 in the morning. Okay?
So that's where you're just waiting at.
All of them.
Yep.
Okay? So you could literally be waiting, watched who went where, bro,
Oh yeah.
while you're sitting back there waiting. You could have been, and this is what I think took place. I think the person, because the way that the witness statements according to the PCA went was that the statements go, I thought I heard a roommate playing with a puppy. These are the witness statements that are still alive. Okay, so we're talking, this is third floor. We're talking second floor, and let me show you a layout of the house. Okay, so we're talking, let me move us over here. So I'm going to use my mouse. Let me know if you can see it. Okay, here we go. So again, here's the living room. Okay, there's the living room. This is the front of the house. Okay, we're looking at the view of the house where the guy in the security vehicle's at, right? You got, here's the third floor deck. Okay, right? And then remember, Xana and Ethan's room was right here. Bethany's room was down here. You got the living room. You got DM's room, which is the other living witness. You see them in red. The victims are in blue. You see where the dog was at. You see where the two victims I just explained where they were at upstairs. Okay. So you have them right above her. Okay. So DM, and this is BF. I'll just say Bethany, Dylan. Dylan's room is right under where Kaylee and Maddie were at. Now, this is what you have from these statements right here from this person right here.
And which one got out?
I'm sorry, what?
Which one survived?
The people that survived are in red and the victims are in blue.
Okay.
All right. So this statement coming from DM, I thought I heard one of the roommates playing with the puppy. There's the puppy. Third floor deck. There's the puppy. Then I could hear roommate say, I think somebody's here.
What the?
Taking that person out first.
Then the next statement is, I thought I heard somebody crying in the bathroom. The bathroom is right here.
Oh, hell.
Then the next statement is I seen somebody, and when you're looking at this door, it opens from this part, okay? So if you're opening the door, the crack is where my hand is. And it's opening to our left as we're looking at it. So the next witness statement is I seen somebody walking through and all I saw was bushy eyebrows, slim to athletic, 5'10" or taller, and that's it. Now
Okay,
she
so-
saw him.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So out of the two that escaped or got out, that are still alive, did they have injuries to them?
No.
Okay. So who went out first?
We don't know yet.
Okay. That's what I would want to know.
It's we're not sure who went first. We're not sure who said what. We're not sure what they even did. Or
Oh, so you're not sure who's
it's
statement
sealed.
from who?
It's sealed. It's sealed as of right now.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to find a photo now. Let me see here. Where is this photo?
Do you know who's? Is there really a dog?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know who is it? Like all their dogs?
It's
Or-
Kaylee's dog, and she shares it with her ex-boyfriend that lives the house over.
Okay.
Right before they made it to the grub truck, because that's the last video of them outside of the residence, and then there's a video of them pulling up that has been sealed, but the grub truck is not. They were at a bar before they went to the grub truck, and they walked from the bar, which is the corner club, they walked to the grub truck, and there was another camera that caught a short conversation of hey, what did you tell Adam? I told everything. And then the gentleman that is with them says, oh, they're gonna get you for that.
All right.
Wow.
Where is this dang photo? Sorry.
They're going to get you for that.
Yeah. And we'll kind of go through it as we get. I'm gonna be kind of doing a reintroduce, but then we're gonna be mixing it up with the current conversations too. And I think what I'll do tomorrow is tomorrow I'll organize all my frickin' photos because I'm having a hard time trying to explain this. And I need the photo. I can't find it. All right. So then you hear that. Then the next statement is the person that she saw with bushy eyebrows and that description was walking towards the sliding glass door, but doesn't say that he walked out of the sliding glass door. It just says towards. So this is what I'm thinking took place with the crime, and when I showed up to the back of the house, this is how I thought it went down, because I sat there, I took it all in, I let it just, and Caddy was there with me. If you're a member, I'll drop the links for those episodes. There's 2 or 3 episodes of my first time showing up there, and you can hear me and Caddy talking as we're getting. Trust me, it'll almost put you there like you're going there the first time, and you can feel the intensity of the energy. It's just nuts. So when I got there and I sat back there, and then I sat back there at night, and I'm like, whoa. And as I'm sitting there each night, and I'm going, dang, this is how I think it took place. I think they gained access from the back, just like we showed you a little bit ago. Explain the layout, explain the territory, the scene, the elevation, the surroundings, the foliage, the darkness. I think they gained access from this 3rd floor deck. Now, the first time you heard anything was about the puppy, right?
Yep.
This is a closet right here. Sliding glass door is right here. I literally think that the person gained access early because nobody was there. Remember the conversation a little while ago? If I'm going to get in there, I'm going through the 3rd floor deck door, because that's the last door that anybody's even going to try to come in. And that would be hey, wait a minute, something happened. So guess what? Unless somebody's coming in this room, going to walk out that door or glance, depending on the cover, they're not going to notice anything. So that's why I think the person gained access through the deck. They went and hid in this closet because they weren't playing with the puppy. The puppy was used to strangers, because how many times in these body cam noise complaints did we see that none of the students that even lived there were there for when the 911 call, the noise complaint calls were coming in, and the houses were packed? Okay. This dog had to be so used to not knowing anybody and still having a great old time, because when there's no students that live there and they're having parties at their house and they ain't even there because they're partying somewhere else, and somebody from that party on that noise complaint has to call up Maddie and Zaina and this and that. Hey guys, hey, there's one of you guys got to show up and talk to the officer. That dog, listen, there's dogs like your dog, man. Think about it. And you guys, Trey, if your dog is used to people, it's a party house, people that ain't never met before, but that puppy's so excited because guess what? It's a stranger, but the stranger's gonna pet me. So they're not even thinking about it's a danger. I could see somebody gaining access. Oh shit, there's a puppy. Hey puppy, puppy. Hey puppy, puppy.
Oh yeah, the dog is
right. Hey puppy, puppy. Here, puppy. I'm gonna go in the closet. Okay. I think the person hid in the closet. I think the noise from somebody playing. I thought one of the roommates was playing with the puppy. Why would you think a person that broke in your house is playing with the puppy? You're automatically going to think one of your roommates is playing with the puppy, especially if you only hear the puppy.
Yeah, just dismiss it.
So I think
the puppy's in there by itself.
Right. Yeah, with the door shut. And so I think the person, when they knew everybody was inside, everything shut off. All right, here we go. I open up the closet door. Hey, puppy, puppy. Pet the puppy real quick. The puppy. Oh, I think a roommate's playing with the puppy. Pet the puppy real quick. Don't even say nothing. And then you go to shut the door and leave the puppy in there. And then you go to this room right here. You go to this room, you start your attack. You got this roommate down here saying, "Be quiet." Open her door.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up, right? Be quiet. Boom, 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 boom. Then these two, whoa, what's going on? What is that noise? What's going on? They start to come out. What's going on? This person, oh shit, there's people downstairs that woke up. I'm going to come back downstairs. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to meet this person right here and I'm going to attack them. And then I'm going to meet this person, come right here because I'm going to attack them because one of them probably is the only one that, babe, will you go check that out?
Yep.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, when this person in here goes, holy shit, something's going on for real. It's already right here.
It's too late.
Bam, they're attacked next. Guess what? Then, for the brutality of one of the injuries of the victims, and I'm talking about one of them up here that was up against the wall, and the brutality of those injuries, and I'm talking brutality, I don't think the person that committed this crime committed the brutality to that person before they did this, because I'm sorry, this brutality is going to take it's going to take a minute to do. It's going to take a minute to do, and with that kind of force and that kind of energy, it's going to make some noise, and it's going to take a minute. So I think these people woke up. Zana and Ethan woke up. What the hell's that? Came down, bam, came through, bam. Now I can go back up.
Yeah.
Now I can go back up. That's why the statement says I seen bushy eyebrows walk towards the door, not out the door, because I think the person was literally walking by to go back up the stairs and continue doing what they were doing. And then they basically came through and went downstairs and ran out the frickin' door.
Sounds
That's
exactly what I was thinking.
Now, when it comes to the scenario, I gave you the statements. I gave you what I kind of think. Now, you have to imagine this. This was between, according to law enforcement, I think it was a little earlier based on some phone calls that were being placed, but law enforcement says between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Now, think about this. You guys have dealt with first responders. You guys have dealt with law enforcement. You guys have called law enforcement for different things. Think about this. Your police department is 2-3 minutes down the road. The crime takes place between 4 and 4:25 a.m. The students, there's 2 surviving roommates. You have the injuries that puncture organs, and those organs give off a toxic smell because it's not just blood. We're talking the organs that have chemicals that break down the food, the sugars. Those are very toxic chemicals that if they get out of that organ, it's so toxic it can kill you. So when you're talking about all of those injuries and you're talking about all of those fluids mixed together, those, not one person called 911 until 11:58 a.m. So from 4 to 4:25 to 11:58 a.m., not one person called 911. And then on top of that, the police department didn't show up until 4 in the afternoon. And then the coroner/medical examiner didn't show up until she was, quote, allowed to show up until 5:30.
Wow. So
Who called 911?
Yeah.
So the 911 call did not come from one of the surviving roommates, but it came from one of the surviving roommates' telephones. Not one of the surviving roommates, but
What?
one of but one of the roommates' telephones.
Okay,
And the 911 call is still sealed. We're still waiting to find out if it's going to be unsealed or not.
So we don't even know what was
That's-
said.
No.
that's effed up.
Okay.
So that I wanted to make sure, you know, when with the other people, and I apologize, Audrey was having issues with the technical. Shout out to AR. I'm going to be dropping everybody's link again, and typically I'm going to be doing an Idaho 4 show tomorrow night. If you want to join, let me know. Reach out to me. Now, yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Trying to figure out how to ask the question. So the first survivor on the second floor said that they saw somebody with bushy eyebrows.
Yes.
Did they mention the ski mask?
It was a ski mask, and all they could see was their eyes. Now, right here on this wall, and this is why I think there was a light here. Okay, so there's a wall right here. Let me show you a picture of the exterior again.
And that same person said, like, knock it off.
Yeah. There was conversation text-wise between both of the surviving roommates.
What?
All right. Hold on. I got to find this. Excuse me, this photo. I got to show you the difference in the building. Let me see. Okay, so here we go. So let me share this. So when this is it. So when we're looking at this, okay, and you see this part of the building, and you see this part of the building, all right, here's the living room. Here's Zayna and Ethan's room. Okay. Here's that other section. Now see where this other section is and where it meets. So you got this part and you got this part. One part meets like this and the other part goes up.
Yeah,
right?
it goes all the way.
It goes like this. This wall right here is the same wall that separates the bedroom and the living room. Okay? So when I go back to this photo, actually, let me see if this link still works. It didn't the other day. I can actually give you a tour instead. Hold on. No, that don't work anymore. Hold on. I can actually walk you through it instead. Is it this one? Yes, here we go. Okay, here we go. My bad. I should have just pulled this up instead. All right. So here is, okay, you got the window. That's the window to the living room. Okay, here's the stairs. This is the front door as we come in. Okay. Now that's Ethan and Xana's room. There's the bathroom right here. This is the wall that separates the two sections, right? So you got the taller section. That wall is right here. Now, if you can see, right here, you used to be able to walk around, but you can see right here, there's a step down, right? So the floor from the smaller section of the building from the front view, the floor is higher than the floor for the section in the back. And you have to step down. Can you see it? I don't know.
Man. And if I was to make just rain, well, you would know that was there, I'd say.
Well, here's the thing. Well, this is why this light right here, it served a purpose. It served as a night light so people didn't trip.
See. Okay.
Right? See what I'm saying? And I also think that was the light that illuminated on the person that committed the crime as they were walking through this doorway. That light on their face as they're walking through the door for her to see them on the left lit up that person's face to show the bushy eyebrows as well.
Definitely.
Okay.
I have so many questions, man.
Go ahead.
Well, I can't. I mean, I'm not.
No.
So just like respectfully trying to ask the question, I guess. But I don't think no one has that answer because things are sealed.
So here's the first floor. You got the bedroom. You got the front door right here. You got the bathroom utility for downstairs.
Hey, Busby.
Second floor.
Yeah, but
So, like, say you're laying down and you acknowledge in your head through the thought process that you see you see someone with a ski mask on. What would you do? Just a normal scenario. Like, what would your thought process be?
if I saw someone with a ski mask on,
But you're
in
laying
my
down,
house?
and you know, yeah, like you're laying down, you know they got, like you see it. Like I probably would lay there for a second and act like I didn't see him. Is what I would do. But as soon as I thought it was clear enough to make that, like, make myself secure, I'm probably gonna try to do like, I guess it depends on what type of person you are, but you may try to like barricade yourself in the room or just lay there. But as soon as I think I'm able to get help, I'm getting help.
Yeah, well, in my case, I'd be going for my pew-pew.
Well, that's what I'm saying too. Like, it depends on the type of person you are.
Yeah,
But you're not. But think about it like this. Put it like this. You're in college. You probably don't have a pew-pew. Okay, so don't put that in your mind. You probably don't have a pew-pew. You have all these roommates. It's a party house. They're really good friends of yours. You take a whole bunch of pictures together. You love each other so much. In fact, the last photo that later that night when the crime took place, the last photo has you all hanging out together. Smiling, have a great, having a fun time being out, hanging together. And that crime happens to your friends. What are you gonna do? Those are your friends. Picture your frat brothers and one of their girlfriends being in a house. And that
first
crime
thing I'm
takes
gonna
place.
do is call 911 myself, but
How long are you gonna wait?
not long at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I might be
8 hours?
freaking out.
Nope.
But
hell no.
As soon as I think I get help, I'm getting help.
Because you never know. You might be able to save one of your friends, huh? Because you don't know what happened, but what you do know is you can make the call to maybe possibly save one of your friends that's alive.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
No.
Unless
I just don't see how, like, I don't know everything about the transpired, but like
that too.
It's just weird, man.
That too.
Like,
you don't know if they're coming back, do you?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna be like, so I don't have any protection at this point. I'm laying there. If I think I see someone with a ski mask, I'm probably gonna freak out for a second, right? Because there's no protection. There's no way for me to get distance. You're literally in a corner. But as soon as I think I could get the door shut, or either it ain't adding up to, like, it's odd, man. And I want to be respectful in how I approach my questions and stuff, but
yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing you are, Trey.
You can ask them how you want to, just don't use specific terms. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can talk roundabout.
So did the first victim ever say, like,
well, we don't know which victim was first. We're not sure yet, because that's
I'm not victim. I'm sorry. So the first survivor.
Well, they're both. What do you mean by first? DM or BF? DM was the one that her room's here.
Yeah, DM.
BF was down here.
Like, do we know?
That's a great question too, Tracy. If the two that survived text each other during, again, why not?
Yeah, so they had their phones.
That's why I feel like the person didn't leave, because if Dylan would have said they walked out the sliding glass door, that says, okay, cool, I got at least a couple seconds to make a call.
Well, I mean, right? I'm even calling 911, and even if
before they come back in.
Yeah, like I'm calling 911, and then if 911 hangs up, I'm calling it again. I may not make a whole lot of noise, but I'm gonna try to get some kind of help.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now there's a lot of stuff that's not unsealed. There's a lot of stuff sealed. There's a lot of stuff we're still waiting on for a few days here. I'll see if it got dropped or not, but we're waiting for stuff to find out. And one of them is the 911 call. So you never know. We might wake up, on tomorrow morning or Monday morning, Tuesday, whatever. We might wake up and all of a sudden there's a 911 call. I highly doubt it though.
Yeah.
But we never know.
My question would be, whose phone dialed 911, and why didn't that person dial 911 themselves?
Yeah, big time.
It was a friend of one of the surviving roommates that used one of the surviving roommates' phone to place the call. The trial's in the fall. Supposed to be in August, but it could be in September if something gets pushed back,
Or at least a text message to the other person or all of them and saying, "Hey, did you hear a noise?" Or did you
Yeah.
Did you
Well,
see somebody?
They might have. They might have. We don't know what was said. And it's sealed. Oh, did it? DM's phone? It was DM's phone. Now, this is what I heard from the very beginning when I was first getting into it. I was hearing stories of DM. Okay. I was hearing stories that DM came downstairs, met Bethany. DM couldn't, she was not doing good, ran out the front door. Because you got to think, she's got the smell and the victims here, and the smell and the victims in this area, the bedroom and the hallway. She's got victim smell here and upstairs that's coming downstairs. So she's getting two paths of smell.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I was hearing was Dylan ran down here, Bethany was here, Dylan ran out and passed the F out on the driveway. Bethany came out. They contacted friends. Friends showed up. The friends showed up, and the reason that the friend made the 911 call is because they couldn't understand what Bethany was saying.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
They couldn't talk to Dylan because she passed out. Why do I think she passed out? Because she couldn't freaking breathe.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to go from here and come around and come down, and like I told you, that's a potent ass smell. Some people ain't gonna handle it. Coming down and finally gets to the door. I can finally breathe, and I just saw this and I smelled it, and bam, shock.
Yep.
Bethany, doesn't know what the hell, there's texting back and forth. There's the smell. All of a sudden, Dylan does this. She doesn't know if Dylan,
Yeah.
The friend's like, shh, I don't even know. I don't even know. So then I bet you the 911 caller's like, can you go inside? Can you? Because remember, when you're calling 911, what are they? Excuse me. What are they usually asking you when you call in a victim? They're not moving. Are they?
I found my friend passed out.
Can you tell if they're breathing? Can you tell if they're alive? They're asking you to find out what's going on, aren't they?
Yeah, their information, address.
Yeah.
See what,
So they
see what
can-
resources are needed.
So then you
They
got.
need to
Go ahead.
they need to relay that information to the police officers that are responding to it.
So
So-
you got so you got a bunch of friends outside. Now think of all the trails that and all the mess that would have been between this room, the stairs
Contaminated
going
crap.
and between up here. All that mess right there in this area of all the trails. And you might even have some right here because I'm sure when she came through here and probably walked over there for a second, who knows, and then realized I can't, and then ran for the damn door. Now, when you're coming out here, blah. Now you got people showing up. Let's be honest. There's plenty of dudes. I would do that. I could do that. And then they go to do it. And then it's like, well, obviously you couldn't. I can see a lot of dudes. I can go in there and find out what happened. Get about 3 or 4 steps up. Run right back out.
Yeah.
And then how many people were trying just to get up here?
And at that time, everything's built up and amplified. So it's going to be worse and worse.
You don't know what you would actually are capable of doing until you're in that kind of situation.
Well, and if you don't know what that smell is either, you're going to be going, what?
It's
your friend's not making no sense.
It's not a smell that you can describe. That's why people are like copper. No, it's not copper. It's not, they mention all of these different things, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I cannot describe the smell. The only thing I can tell is that it will literally take the breath out of you because your body doesn't want to take it in. Think about carbon dioxide. Your body will try and take that in, right? It'll try and take it in, and that's carbon monoxide. Now, think about a freaking smell that your body doesn't even effing allow, which you really could if you need to.
Yeah, but response.
It's so strong and so toxic.
You're not going to be able to control that response.
You could be trying to breathe. Yes, like you could literally taste it. It's effing gross, and I can't describe it. All I can tell you is it's like somebody took 1,000 freaking nose salts or what's the stuff where they snap it, for football.
Yeah,
they'd wake you up with it back in the day when you'd get concussed. Smelling salt. It's like having a humongous amount of smelling salt capsules and they all bust at the same time, and all of a sudden it's right in front of your fucking nose. That's the potency of this smell. It's like having a handful, bam, they all bust at the same time, and you're like, but your body won't because it's
if you've ever smelled it, I have. If you've ever smelled it, you'll never forget that smell. It's very bad.
It is. And so I can see a bunch of people coming in there and going, making it a couple steps. I could do it. I'm make it a couple steps. Somebody might make it 7 steps. Oh shit, I gotta go. Somebody might, and then that's why the doors, I think, were left open for so long. I think that's why the 911 call took so long, is because literally people were trying to go in and they couldn't find out what was happening, and they didn't know because Bethany and Dylan are doing what they're doing, and there's blood at the top of where they can get to. They needed to have the doors open enough to where their body would allow them to breathe. Not get rid of the smell, because you ain't getting rid of it that easy, but enough to where they could actually breathe while they're covering their face with their shirt. All right, I'm not going here. Okay, hold on, guys. They finally got in there and they could take a look and see what the hell was. Oh my gosh, what the hell? That's why I think it took so long from when the students came out, the surviving roommates came out, to when their friends came over. But still, I think the friends are calling when they were coming out, and that's why. Now, it could have been, I'm going to stay in my room, because if you have your room shut, you have towels under the doors or you have clothes under the doors to keep the smell out. You're scared. You don't want to get out. That'll buy you some time. It'll buy you some time, but you're going to need to block your doors off because that smell's coming, especially from upstairs. You're going to buy yourself some time. Why would it take us so long to get our friends over? Because it was a Saturday night.
Yeah,
Everybody was drinking. Everybody's hungover. They're passed the F out. Hell, when you're tired, bro, your phone ain't even waking you up when you're tired.
No, you're out. And you're just
when you're intoxicated, I can't, I'm not going to be able to wake up from a phone call over and over and over and over. That's why I think it took so long for them to come over. I really think, and this is why, and it shouldn't have taken that long, because you should have effing called 911 yourself, especially when you got text messages going back and forth between each other while the stuff's going down. You could have called somebody then while you're texting between you and your roommate. What's going on? I didn't hear. So da 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 da. Give me a break. You're gonna tell me that your roommates were so quiet that you didn't know what the F was going on? Dude, you're talking about one of the most horrific ways to get attacked.
Why wouldn't they call?
I think there would be screaming and noise, a lot of noise,
and crying.
Why wouldn't they call campus security at least?
I don't know. In Georgia, when you're talking about the smell, we're talking organs that are already, that toxic fluid is coming out. We just described the smell. When you're talking about those specific injuries, you're fast tracking the process. You're fast tracking it. If you're getting punctured multiple times over and over and over and over in your organs, that's fast tracking. All of the stuff that was in your liver, guess what, is already on your chest after a couple seconds. It's already on your chest. And then when you're talking about the amount of time, yeah, the smell, dude. Yeah, because you're talking about the amount of time mixed with the fast tracking of the injuries and the chemicals that are in those particular organs. Yeah, it ain't gonna take long to smell. It's one thing if a body's there. It's another thing if there's punctures to organs that are releasing toxic chemicals out of your body, and there's 4 people. Yeah, it's gonna smell. Think about somebody's deadly but silent fart.
Yeah, times like a billion.
I mean, think about it. It don't take long, does it? It don't take long, does it?
Not at all, especially if you fast track it like that.
Oh, you're really fast tracking it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're opening up a lot of different exits.
Your body is filled up with liquid and gas, all right? What do you think happens to liquid and gas when you puncture it and you let it's gonna escape? Gas and water escape through the easiest path. What's the easiest path? Not out your mouth, not out your ears, not out your ass. It's coming out the wound. Fast tracking. Completely. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye, too. Fast tracking. So, yeah. And then you're talking 425, 525, 625, 725, 825, 925, 1025, and that's when I think students were finally coming over. That's just me, what I was hearing back then. 1125, and then 1158 comes, and one of the friends is calling 911. And I'm telling you right now, if I'm a friend and I show up and I see one of my friends running out, passed out on the driveway, can't wake her up, she can't talk straight. The other friend is sitting there, can't even talk straight. And I look in the door and I smell something really freaking crazy that is like, what? You already know it's the smell. You're like, whoa, that ain't a normal effing smell. Something happened.
Yep.
And then if you are able to make it up a couple stairs, you're calling 911 right away. You ain't waiting.
No. You ain't waiting at all.
Definitely not waiting that long.
So then you got EMS getting called at 11:58. Law enforcement showing up at 4 p.m. So these victims have already laid there for 12 hours. By the time law enforcement shows up, Detective Lanier, when he's coming up, he was the first one to show up. He is driving up. You saw me drive up the road. He's driving up the road. The house is coming up to his right. He stops right then and calls Idaho State Police because I realized right then we weren't going to be able to handle this situation.
Right.
Because you just pulled up and you finally heard what the call was for. Yeah, we're not going to be able to handle 4 people that got brutally attacked. We're going to have to call ISP because we're just used to noise complaint calls. I'm the second in command, and I'm giving I'm not even going to walk. I'm going to sit there and call ISP. We're not going to be able to handle this. And then the coroner medical examiner on an interview with local news sits there and tells you, well, I wasn't allowed to show up until like 5:30.
Wasn't allowed?
When the medical examiner is one of the first people that ever shows up. Think about it.
It's usually the opposite way. As long as the scene's secure,
they have to be the ones to okay any of the bodies being moved.
Yeah, usually you would, as long as the scene's secure, coroner's coming in and taking over, and they would usually call those shots. Like in conjunction if there's a detective or whatever, but typically it's the coroner's call.
And they show up. They're not just hanging back out at the office,
they're documenting
waiting for permission.
Dude. And if they're asking for
they're the ones that are usually showing up first because they have to see what's going on. They have to document everything. They are in control of those bodies at that point.
I would be looking at that person that told him to wait and giving him all kinds of hell and questions.
Yeah, they declare there's a death. Yeah. And they have control. Okay, now you can move the body. No, you can't move the body. Yeah.
We've done recoveries before where we locate the person in the water and then we're like, we gotta wait for the coroner to show up. And sometimes, usually the county I worked in, the coroner would want to be on the boat and he'd say, like, all right, tell me how you're going to do it. Cause it's you running on. I want to be there as soon as that you bring them up on the surface. And like, it's usually coordinated if we're going to have them in a mesh bag or if he wants them just brought up so he can observe them. But like, they're in charge of the whole thing. Like sometimes they'll say no, like if it's like in the river or something, they'll say, just go ahead. If you find them, get them out. But if it's in a controlled environment, typically they want to be there. They want to see that person from the moment that you bring them up so they can start recalling exactly what they look like and then go from there. And then they want to know, like, how did you do that recovery? If you touched them, as soon as you found them, like what direction you were facing, even if you can't see, they want to know I had to say it like this, but if you had to grab them, however you had to grab them, if there was anything around them, like, It's controlled and it's their scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
it's up to them.
now the whole investigation side of it too, that would be coordinated. But they could easily get the ball rolling as far as document everything, position, and anyway, that sounds like incompetence to me. It's just my opinion as far as the coroner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is all important as we're gonna go into the first press conference, and we'll go into some other ones, as we kind of go through the shows. I'm going to be doing a mixture of I used to call it old notes, fresh notes, old notes. I'm going to be doing those again. I had a lot of stuff prepped from a long time ago up through current. Even though I've been doing other stuff, I've still kind of kept everything as it's gone on.
Do you know?
So I'm going to be doing a lot of that old notes, fresh notes thing, and this will be part of it. Go ahead, bro.
Do you know what time EMS showed up?
I don't know exactly what time they showed up. I know what time they were called.
Okay, so it's not.
Did that get released yet? I don't remember the time that they showed up. I know it was 11:58 they were called. They had to have showed up, just it could only be a couple minutes because you're talking Moscow. It's a tiny town, man. It don't take long to get there. And the first responders were they were first. 11:58 they were called. But the first responders also, we found out when we started digging in after we went out there, that the first responders have a volunteer program. And so the first responders are fraternity and sorority members. And those first responders have to respond to their own sorority house and their own sorority members.
So, like, are they bringing an ambulance?
So Sigma Chi, one of the, you got your Sigma Chi brother, that's one of the victims. They were just at a Sigma Chi party. Guess what's going on? Sigma Chi is showing up because they have to show up for their own. Why do I feel that they have to show up for their own? Because it's self-policing, and the less the university and police know, the less it looks bad on them, and the more money they get from the government. So guess what? Self-police yourself. Don't get too crazy. Don't make us shut you down and suspend your fraternity or sorority, but don't let us know about the bad shit either, because we don't want to know about it. It's like your dad saying, go out and party till 2 or 3 in the morning. Just don't tell me if you're drunk, okay? Just don't tell me.
Yeah, it's all about how you report everything.
Right. And so they from Monday to Friday, they work from 4 in the afternoon till 7 in the morning. So they cover all the night calls during the week, the volunteers. And then this'll drive you freaking nuts, dude. The student volunteers cover all shifts from Friday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon until Monday morning at 7 in the morning. Now, why would you have volunteers handling all the EMS calls on a Friday and Saturday night at a college party town? If something bad's going to happen, it's probably going to happen on a Friday or Saturday night, right?
Yeah, this is negligent on so many levels.
I agree.
I'm talking about their system. That makes no sense as far as licensing, training, education.
Yeah. Something's definitely screwed up with that. They should have at least one actual ambulance person or EMS.
You got level of care. You got first responders,
right.
Basic. I don't know what states have intermediate. You got paramedic, and like depending on the nature of the call, you gotta be bumping up the level of care.
These volunteers are probably trained on like choking or
so you can be like a first responder, but you can't transport
or how to use Narcan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's ways
Narcan,
to, you know,
CPR, but not this. Yeah.
'cause imagine, because there's a huge rug problem out in that area, and there has been. You know, think about all the ODs that were taking place in the mid to late 2000s heading into the new, right? There's quite a bit of them there. Hell, in Akron alone, we had to get refrigerated truck trailers to store, like typically unique, right? In Akron, we had to get from 2015, 2016, 2017, we had to literally get freaking trailers that were refrigerated to store people because the morgues were so damn full from all the ODs.
Oh, no.
Dude, it was nuts. It was off. It was off the charts in Akron. It was wild, bro. Friends just popping down left and right, and I'm like, damn. Like friends just
Mm.
and so when you're going into that, think about it, like, keep it down, keep the bad calls down. We don't want to get suspended. We don't want to get suspended. We don't want to get in trouble. The fraternities and the sororities make all this money for the university. Donate to us. We run all these programs. Donate to us. Give it back to the university. Kiss the university's ass. And then we don't get in trouble, and we can keep doing our own thing, and we just keep the volume high, because there would be a lot of calls. Hey, we need 911. Hey, we need 911. Hey, we need 911. But you come out there, no report. No report. No report. Police. We need Ellie. We need Ellie. We need Ellie. No report. No report. No report. It's no report. We show up. No report. That means you get a whole bunch of extra funding from the city, the state, the government.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, your call volume's through the roof, but you don't have to document everything. Not everything needs to report.
Unconscious.
But you can you can show your call volume.
Mm-hmm. And when you think about this, you could look up in your own community. You could look up something like, what's the call, the 911 call rate volume in my area compared to others. And I guarantee you, I guarantee you most of you can sit there and go, damn, my city just set a record for the most 911 calls the last year or two. I guarantee it. I guarantee most of you can literally go to your own and be like, damn, they set records. There's a reason for it. Money.
You can get federal funding, all kinds of stuff, grants.
But if you let them know what they're about, no money. In fact, you have a problem and we need to fix it. We're not giving you money when you can't even control what the hell's going on over there. Because look at all these ODs and look at all these, assaults even. Think about assaults. You don't think, hell, I better be careful. But
yeah,
I'm going to say that the college that I was around was known for not reporting the assaults. Known for not reporting these assaults.
It's been too long since I was in school, but my teacher explained to me. Anyway, where I live, there's two, I don't remember even what the crime is, but there's two ways, I guess. Anyway, the crime, it hits a certain level, but as long as you don't put whatever I forgot what it is you have to add to it, but as long as you don't say that occurred, then it shows up underneath a different category. So like the area that you live in looks like there's less violence. And that's not even the word, but a certain type of crime is happening. It makes that number go down. So it's underreported, because I live in a college town. And if that number was true, people would be like, I'm not sending my kid there.
Right. Same thing right here. They need the enrollment. This the reason. It's like I told you guys earlier, when I found out that the University of Idaho I found this out when I went out there. I started looking it up because I'm like, the university and these sororities and frats, and they're all sitting here like raking in the money. And I used to do roofing back in the day when I first went out there, and I'm driving around and I'm like, damn, that roof should have been replaced 10, 15 years ago. And I'm going to all these different places in the city, right? The residential areas. And I'm like, wow, these roofs are horrible. That's the first thing you take care of your house is your roof. Because if you ain't got a roof, you ain't got nothing else very much
you lose
after
everything.
that. And when I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, I'm seeing all this rich money flying around the university, and I'm seeing the fraternities and the sororities making all this money, and they're all living the good life. Well, then why ain't these communities, why ain't these residents able to get loans easier when there's money floating around? Why ain't these residents sitting there going, yeah, babe, we're going to replace the roof next year. We're going to get that thing done. Hey, we got enough money to, because the whole city's flourishing, right? No. When I went out there and I seen those roofs and different things, and I'm like, holy hell, this is shit that would have been replaced a long time ago, because if you're an investment into a home, you're already going to know that's the most important. You're going to do that. And I'm like, well, then why would it be so hard for all of these people to not be able to do this? And it's because they're keeping it to themselves. They're keeping it all together to themselves. And so the community is not even. And I'm like, wait a minute, this don't make sense. So I started to look into the background of the university. The first couple years of the university existed, there was a mysterious fire that took out the whole university where they got money. All right. And then they just built another one. But the crazy thing is I was like, wait a minute, the University of Idaho was created 2 years before the state of Idaho even was a state? Wait a minute, how does that make sense? How does the University of Idaho become the University of Idaho before the state was even existing? Doesn't make sense to me. So then I look into the paperwork. Well, how did this university get... Huh? So then I'm looking into the paperwork, and it's like, if there wasn't a university, because all of those states were fighting for it, if it wasn't for it, the only way that you're able to keep this panhandle, Idaho, from Montana, Washington State, or Oregon, the only way that you're able to, because it was going to get split up.
Right.
The only way you're going to be able to keep this panhandle is if you have a university up here. Other than that, you're not able to. It's going to go to one of these other states, because they were still trying to figure out the state line and the structure, right? Hurried up, made a university, got the university built. It became a state shortly after it became a state, and it was only one building, by the way. But after the state became a state, then all of a sudden a fire took place and burned the whole thing down, and they got a whole bunch of money to build a new one. And then that's why it's existed. So when you're talking about them wanting to keep it invested in themselves, that's why they're not sharing any money, because they're so freaking paranoid, and they've always been so paranoid up there from the beginning that they could lose what they have if everything disappeared. That could become a ghost town. And there's a college right next to you where if the university shuts down, that's okay, because there's a college right there that you can go to. Only 11 to 12,000 students go to the University of Idaho. Yeah, and they make all that money, bro.
Dude, I'm pretty sure my community college is like at least triple that.
It might be 14 now because they keep pumping up the numbers.
Oh, I got you.
But back when they attended, it was like 11.5. Now I'm sure it's... Yeah, it's probably, after time, it's probably 14, 15. Does anybody have an exact number right now? I'm thinking it's... I mean, hell, I could actually look it up. Yeah, let me look it up real quick. Let's see. In the fall of 2020, oh, wow, I was generous. In the fall of 2024, University of Idaho had 12,286 students enrolled, which is a 3.7 increase from the previous fall. Fall enrollment of 2023 had 11,849. So it went 11.5, it went 11.8, now it's 12.2. And how does a college that small generate that much money? You keep the bad calls down, you keep the calls up, you get the funding, you make sure everybody polices himself, plausible deniability. We didn't know that, we didn't know that there was all these OODs. They didn't tell us. We didn't know that there was all these assaults. They didn't tell us, but yet they're being told not to tell us because we don't want to know. And everybody gets to have fun and everybody gets to win. You got all these people ranking up, getting awards, local LE, getting all these cool opportunities with the FBI and training and all this other stuff, getting awards. And it's like for showing up for noise complaints. And how hard is it to bust an underage drinker when your enrollment age is from 18 to 22? I'm sorry, 3/5 of your students aren't going to be old enough to drink, and you're in a party college town. It's not going to be too hard to be an undercover cop and go, hey, buddy, are you drinking? And you got 3 out of 5 odds that you're going to be able to write a ticket. That's pretty damn good. It means you're succeeding more than you're failing no matter what. 3 out of 5? I'll take those odds any day because I'm always winning. Even if I'm only winning a teeny bit, I could be winning the whole kit and caboodle on the next one. I'm always winning. It's not very hard. So now that I gave you guys the atmosphere, the timeline, what I think the events that took place, I gave you guys when 911 was called. I set the scene when law enforcement showed up. I told you the first person that showed up, what they said, shit, we got to call Idaho State Police. The coroner finally shows up. All of this stuff going on. And this is the first press conference that we hear. The crime took place on the early morning hours of November 13th, and this press conference doesn't take place until the 16th, 3 days later. Why would it be 3 days later?
You gotta get your ducks in a row.
And wait.
Bingo.
And when you get your ducks in a row, and this is how you come out, and this is what you say, this is going to be very interesting. I'm going to turn down the music so y'all can hear it a little bit better. If you guys want me to pause it at any time, let me know. And again, this is 3 days later. You have local news crews. You have anchors on air visibly getting frustrated and upset that there's been nothing reported on it. You have anchors and news people live on location sitting there with the house behind them saying, guys, I've never seen this happen. We have yet to hear from police. I had a crime, this one local guy, I had a crime that took place at my college a couple years ago, and it was just one person. And I'm telling you guys, and he's reporting out there, I'm telling you guys, like, I don't understand this. Why are they not saying anything? You back to the local anchor, they're getting mad. Nothing's being said. And they finally come out 3 days later, and this is what they say. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another one because that one only sounds like the. Hold on. It sounds like the audio is only on one side. Give me 1 second. This is from the police department. It's
The Lives of Ethan Chapin.
All right. No, this is the University of Idaho. November 16th. All right. Here we go. But there's got to. Hold on. There's got to be one with more of a wider view.
I'm going to be reading from my notes today.
There we go. This is the one I think I want. Let me see here. November 16th. All right. So he walks in. This kind of starts late, okay? This one kind of starts late because when we're watching this one, I will play the beginning of the other one because I want you to see how he comes out and what he does. And then after that, we'll switch to the one with the better audio.
The Lives of Ethan Chapin.
Nope, that's late too. Hold on. There's so many different versions.
Chief
Okay, so here's the beginning of it. Now, this is the very, very beginning. Now, watch. The other ones kind of do a disservice to it because look how long he's sitting there going like this, avoiding eye contact with the audience, continuing like this for minutes, and then he starts to talk. The other ones just show you looking over here. All right, guys. Hey, what's going on? No, it didn't happen like that. People are sitting there whispering, what? Yeah, I know. He couldn't even say the victims. And listen, and he opens it up for questions and answers after. If you haven't seen it yet, just wait till you hear the questions. And if you think they're good and being gaslit here, wait until we get into number 2 and number 3 of the interviews that followed after this one. Like I said, in the next shows that we have, we're going to discuss a little of the stuff from the beginning. And then we're going to discuss the updates too. We're going to knock out both of them, fresh notes and old notes at the same time. Because I understand that there are people in the community that might have not really heard the facts or the information, and it's something that we've been covering from the very beginning. And I think we can all kind of help everybody get together by the time we get to the trial, because when we get to the trial, that's when everybody's going to want to be like, oh, that's what, oh, okay. You see what I'm saying? It takes on a completely different story. Cynthia, that's a good question about Steve G saying they didn't have to go upstairs, but at the same time, when it comes to what he's told, he's also been told there's so much, just wait for trial. And now you see as trials or as you see as these court hearings leading up to trial have been taking place, I'm sitting there going, there probably should be more, right? There probably should be more. I would have to imagine that they're filling him with a whole bunch of, we got a whole bunch, just wait. And now people are starting to realize, no, not so much. So who knows what he was told? Maybe he was told that his daughter wasn't the target, but I'm telling you right now, when it comes to their injuries, she had the worst of it. So I don't know how she wouldn't have been if there was a target in that house.
Yeah, man. Based off of what the information that what you have, it sounds, in my opinion, it sounds like, okay, here's a plan. They're after the one person, possibly. So there's two. So they're like, okay, you have to do both, and then you mildly hear some noise, get interrupted, so you gotta go take care of that so you can finish what you came to do.
Yep,
that makes perfect sense.
Yep. So you don't have somebody coming up behind you when you're trying to commit the crime still
in the act in the manner that you want to. Yeah.
I started covering this case. It happened like it was like a week and a half after I started my show, my YouTube show. I was on the show for maybe a few days. I was doing my show like first episode, couple days in, and then this crime took place, and then I covered it a little bit that day. Then the next day went by, the next day went by, the next day went by, and then I seen the press conference. And when this first press conference right here took place, and I'm sitting there going, this don't make any damn sense. And that's when I started to get into it. It's the case that made, like, really started me on the path that I was going, because honestly, I just wanted a talk show. I was actually going to have it was going to be like a talk show at night with nothing but call-ins and taking calls, and it became this. It became this. Yeah, just one. But here, let me go to where they opened the door. My bad. I thought they had already opened the door. Okay, so here they. Okay, so they're getting ready to come in. And this guy in the middle here with the poofy hair, that's that guy right there. Pay attention to a lot of his questions as these press conferences go through, because he does ask some really good questions. Now, they're going to be somewhat softer on this one because it's the first one. But on the next press conference, when they get gaslit the same way, but they're told they're safe, that's when these local reporters are like, what do you mean? Right now, they're just trying to be respectful. Okay, so this is when they come in. And then watch this. You're just sitting there looking. Sitting there. Now they're starting to move around. I'm trying to avoid eye contact. Looking around, looking around, looking around. You okay? I mean, you're nervous, aren't you? Wouldn't I be like, hey, how's it going, Jimmy? Hey, what's going on, Bobby?
Yeah,
you know, you might know a couple of them. You know, look at this guy. He's just totally.
Oh, it's time to present. When you're up there like that, you don't.
Yeah.
Take a public speaking class. It's time to present. Especially something serious. You get down to business.
You're looking at the audience, right? All right. So that was him kind of looking around. Now this one's going to go right to it.
From my notes today.
All right. So let me do that. Turn this up. And you see him looking over. Now this guy, this is President Scott Green. Okay. This guy right here, president of the University of Idaho. All right. Okay. He's at the first press conference. You know, okay. The second, the third, the fourth continues to be up front and center. Why?
Oversight? Or because he cares?
No, because I think he was the one that was controlling everything. Think about it like this. He had a book that came out a couple years ago. Maybe it was a year and a half ago. Had a book came out about, and had a chapter that talked about the specific night and day of the crime.
Oh my God.
He admitted that he sent out crisis teams to the fraternities and the sororities. Now, wouldn't a university, because you got your IT people, your IT people, obviously there's going to be apps and features that the security or that the university has available for students. Hey, you want to talk? You want to chat between your friends? Here, use this. It's easier. It's our own little app.
That's
right.
Weird.
But there's emails. You don't. The university owns your college email. Right?
Yeah.
The university owns that app that you might be using. The university owns this, so they don't need your permission.
There's no privacy.
There's no privacy. So when all of a sudden friends are hitting each other back and forth, maybe using their college email, all of a sudden keywords are being stated over and over and over, like stab and all these other things. all of a sudden that alerts the IT department. Whoa, what the hell's going on? We got a keyword,
Keyword indicators.
Right. All of a sudden we're going to take a look at, holy shit. Hey, Mr. Green, there's talk about 4 people being dead. Over and over and over. All right, guys, let's set up a crisis team. All right, crisis team, a team of counselors. We need you to go out to the fraternities. We need you to go out to the sororities, find out what's going to happen. It's not up to them to call 911. 911 ain't been called yet, bro. And we're sending crisis teams out there. Crisis teams were sent before law enforcement got there. So who owns the information? This guy right here, Mr. Green.
Exactly.
Who owns the information? Who has the counselors that are going out to them students? Do you think that they're going to tell the cops are going to come sit down? Hey, we need to talk to you. I'd rather talk to Mrs. Robinson because, the school counselor. I'd rather talk to her. I'm more comfortable talking to her. Okay, well, Miss Robinson, do us a favor. Take down what she says and then write a report, and then we'll use that the report to give it to the cops. You control the information. That's why I think he was up there. And who has the most interest in making sure the university doesn't fail, doesn't disappear, to make sure that he can save his enrollment, to make sure that he can even save his job the next year? When this dude takes a pay cut, and we're talking high six-figure pay cut from where he was working to go work at his alma mater, you're not worried about money. You're worried about that power. You don't want to lose your power. How do you control your power? You control the information. That's just me, but we'll find out as it goes on and things get unsealed and discussed in court. But I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to trial, I bet you President Green was all up in that shit. And I'm telling you right now, I guarantee he was all up in them law enforcement meetings as well, because I can hear them saying, listen, we can try our best, even though they're lying their ass off. We can try our best to get you whatever information, because they're the ones that hold all of that information. Because again, who's going to talk to cops? Some of them maybe, but I guarantee you, when you're sending out crisis teams, hey honey, I know it's really hard. Hey, can we talk to you for a minute? Just talk to us. I know you come to me when you have problems at school, in class. You come to me, we talk. Listen, we've already built a rapport. You already know who I am. Come talk to me. We just want you to be comfortable. We want you to give us as much information as you can. That's why. That's just me.
We used to call those guidance counselors.
Yeah, that's what I think they were. Guidance counselors that were sent out to talk to the students to try and get the information, and then they determined what information, because think about it. If you're trying, President Green goes up to this report, looks at it and says, no, that's going to look so bad. That's going to look so bad on us. Just take that little part out. Yeah, just take that little part out and then give it to it. Just make sure it doesn't have that part in it.
As I was going to say, change the verbiage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because guess who's writing the report? It's not the student. It's the counselor.
Yeah.
So the counselor can write the report, take it to the president. The president can go, no, we can't have that in there. That's not going to sound good. Rewrite the report.
It could vary with what you say.
Yeah, you should put this down instead. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. My school has a crisis team. It's a staff from other schools and community members for hers. So yeah, this is the first press conference 3 days later after the crime took place. Oh, this is crazy. I remember it's like the first day I watched it, I was just sitting here going, especially after the questions from the audience. I'm like, when have I ever seen this lack of information? When? And this is 3 days later.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate.
Got to read from the notes to make sure it's extremely accurate. There's not too many details you need to exactly read. There's not too many.
We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho.
And again, the dude had 3 days and he effed up most of the names of the victims. That's sad too.
I feel like this is thrown together.
Yeah, bro. Isn't that crazy? Trey's just learning about it and he feels like it was thrown together. Isn't that an interesting statement that we've all made?
I remember when this first happened. It's like I seen it on the news maybe a couple times, like literally, like because I don't really watch the news like that, but just in passing and seeing pop-ups and all that. I'm like, damn. And that's just like the gist of what I got. I didn't like get any breakdowns, no news conferences, and then there's like I like a bunch of rumors, but as far as like fact, fiction, what's true or not, no idea. So this is like the first, like I'm getting everything firsthand here.
Well, it'll be the first day of many to come, sir. Trust me. Trust me.
Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers.
By the way, let me know if you want me to pause it at any of these moments, guys.
Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Thank you, Chief Fry.
Now I'm going to pause it real quick. Boy, you needed to write down a whole bunch of information, didn't you? That you had to go off of it word by word to make sure, right?
It wasn't very specific.
And it wasn't very long.
So it wasn't like there's like times and...
That's what took 3 days, bro.
Wow. I mean, did he ever look up at all?
He was reading the piece of paper. He let you know. Hey, guys, I'm going to be reading it off the piece of paper. I want to make sure I get the facts as straight as possible for us and for you, too.
I mean, I get it if you're like being very specific in the details, but if it's just letting everybody know what happened and you're not going to get specific on the first one.
Did he say no threat to the community?
Yeah. I'll play it. It's real quick. I'll play it one more time. It's real quick. It's like 3 minutes long, if that. Hold on. Let me see here.
And so do we.
All right, hold on.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University.
All right. So number one, MPD, he states right there, was called at noon. Why did it take 4 hours to show up when you were called at noon? Number two brings up, it's based off of the scene. We determined it's an isolated, targeted attack. How in the hell? How do you know? Number three, what we don't know is a nice little slip there. And also, you have to pay attention to every single time there's a press conference, and there's a bunch of them, 40 some videos I have of different ones saved. Not that many, but it's 20 some total. They always mention what we have is a whole bunch of numbers of this, but no information. They try and make you think that they have a whole bunch of information. We got so many thousands of tips, and we got this many people working on it. We got this and this and this, but they don't have any information. So what did you think about that as we played it again?
No, I just feel like it was very... Watching the second time was worse.
Yeah, exactly.
It shows you how much isn't there, doesn't it?
It sure does.
I mean, if you think that someone would come out and approach something that horrific to four people in a different manner for the first conference. I don't know. It's just weird.
Go ahead and explain the manner that you're describing.
So, like, some of the, especially even some podunk counties, man, like, usually it's the sheriff, whoever's kind of in charge, not necessarily like leading the investigation, but like their jurisdiction, like their county or whatever, or even like the chief of police of a town will come out, be super respectful to the victims, the family, and usually say, like, we'll discuss the facts of the case at a later date. And like, however, they're just, I don't even know. They wouldn't approach it this way. Most of them don't. You could look up different like press conferences whenever something big happens or something this bad happens. And I feel like the first one that they do is more of a, like, not like a briefing, but just to inform everyone that's going on, and if the public should be aware of, not aware, but yeah.
Just let everybody know they're working on it.
Yeah, and if they should be worried. Like, hey, we got somebody in custody, we have someone event, like something, but
right.
I'm not even for sure if you would give any like much details of the case other than you have what occurred, right?
Yeah, usually it's pretty short and sweet. We're working on it. We don't have much. We're still investigating it.
Yeah, that's usually something you might say on the first day.
That's what I'm thinking.
When you show up in front of the house and you're doing a press conference in front of the house, or you're doing a press conference out in front of your department, you're not making the public wait a couple days just to hear
No, you
that
make it quick.
they're safe. You know what I'm saying? There's Ethan's little brother that just graduated from the EMT school just a couple months ago. Isn't that crazy?
Damn.
It's that's what they do, bro. They get the sororities and the fraternities to police themselves. All right, now you heard Chief Fry discuss. Now, why is Mr. Green up there? I don't know. Usually it's law enforcement that's standing up there from press conferences that I've seen. Now, they already told you they got all these different people working for them already. Why aren't they talking first? All of a sudden, you got Fry coming out with a couple-minute statement. This is what we don't have, but stay vigilant, stay aware, and you're safe. All right, here's President. Dude, this is why I wish I could, like, sometimes I wish that I could just be a reporter to go report from different locations, because I'd be asking some effing questions, bro.
Real
Yeah, I ain't gonna be your typical reporter. I'm gonna come at you with some questions. You need to be transparent. You need to be forthright to the public. This is about their safety. That's why you took the job that you did, for public safety.
I think my takeaway from his press conference is just, I don't really ever use this word because I don't like it, but it's very disrespectful.
Because of the
manner,
gaslighting,
the preparedness,
yeah,
the misenunciation of the names. Like, even if I can't enunciate a name, and it's something like this, I'm studying, figuring out. I'm gonna get to know the names before I even come out here in front of millions of people.
Yeah, he butchered it. I hate to use that word. He messed them up bad. And
if I can't talk and keep my stuff together, guess what? Somebody else is gonna be doing the press conferences. It ain't gonna be me.
Don't you think you would have practiced the names before you went out to the public?
Yeah.
Don't you think when
you would get to know the names?
Yeah, you would talk to the parents already, and you would get to know their names.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because somebody's.
Yeah.
Even if you have to ask the parents, how do you pronounce that, so I can get it right.
Mm-hmm.
And just wait. Interviews.
Wait till we get to more press conferences. I can't wait to get to the second and the third one with you guys. I'll be back tomorrow night if you guys feel like hanging out. I'm gonna be doing another show. We'll continue it. Fresh notes and old notes. All right. So this is Mr. Green.
University of Idaho President Scott Green.
Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students. Will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families.
Oh, the fake crying.
Of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
The fake crying.
Excuse me.
You know what? I'm sorry the audio's going to be horrible, you guys, but I got to give you a better version of this. This is so unclear. So let me go back to the one that has the, let me see, maybe this one's better.
Chief Deputy of Idaho.
No, that's worse. Hold on. What about this one?
Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends?
All right. That still has crappy. Still has crappy. We'll listen to Scott Green. I want you guys to see this fake ass crying.
The lives of Ethan.
All right, we'll go to this one. This is zoomed in. All right, so this is Mr. Green right here.
With a tip to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our Provost, and Blaine Eccles, our Dean of Students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community.
All right, I'm going to pause it here real quick just for a second. Normally, if you're that emotional, aren't you wiping the corner of your eye?
Damn.
Bro, even if I
your
hold
cheek?
back those tears, my eyes are red as hell.
Sounds more like deep breathing and congestion to me.
It's all
than actual. Yeah.
Like it's for show. And do you think that he had that personal connection with those?
That's what I was getting at. Like, if I'm not emotionally connected, like, I'm going to be upset, but I'm not going to be that upset. Like, if he was a first responder on scene or something, I could see him being upset and crying. But
how often do you think the president talked to the students? It's usually the counselors, right?
Yep.
How are you going to have that close connection?
That's weird.
It is weird, isn't it? No, nothing running down the cheek. No. Just, sorry, you good. Yeah.
And that short glance at what I thought was probably the families.
I don't even think he was looking at anybody.
Yeah.
I think he's looking above their heads.
Yeah, you just look up. Yeah.
Yep. The top of their heads. Look up above. Top of their heads. It makes it look like you're looking at them. You're not looking at anybody. You're looking at the coffee maker in the back of the room.
Yep.
That's it.
And are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually pushed for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Why does the president of the university get to come before the colonel?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of odd. Usually it's like law enforcement, investigators, and then like maybe at the end you'd be like, hey, here's something from the university, so that way the students know like they got some programs set up, they're going to be all right, or they're not,
It's a little weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you could tell. It's all about that control.
Oh, I can't wait to go through these other ones with you guys. All right, here we go. This is Colonel.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here, because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and the person or people that this are responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with this Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this.
Man, see, they include the president right from the get-go. It takes the president and all of our law enforcement agencies to be able to do this for you guys. Why does it take the president? You know what I'm saying? Why is he?
What's
that?
Why would you even involve him?
Well, like Trey said, he'd come out, hey, we got this program set up for students. Please contact these counselors, whatever, this phone number, email, whatever. But why do you need his help to solve the crime? Oh, because you sent out the crisis teams that control the information, and the law enforcement agencies know that you control the information, and so they're like, oh, we'll let you in, buddy. That's the only way we can find out anything.
Well, if it went down, like with their servers and stuff, as far as having the keywords, and they sent out the counselors or social workers, whoever they were, then like it's kind of part of the school. But usually, like they answer them. In my opinion, they insert themselves.
That's turned over though the first day.
Yeah, but they inserted the. Yeah, I can't talk.
Oh yeah, they inserted themselves for sure. They controlled the information that was getting disseminated to the agencies.
Yeah. So the police kind of had to, at that point, go.
to them
because they already had it.
That's the only way they were getting an answer, was through the university counselor statements and reports, and then they were probably allowed to, because I was hearing from the beginning they weren't talking to no cops, and that's pretty, when you look at the times and the generations, and it's pretty damn obvious. Yeah, a lot of them don't talk to cops anymore. And when it comes to the information that was put out through email servers and all these things, the different properties that the university owns with the keywords, all of that's turned over the first day. So you don't even need the president's help after the first day, because the first day he's going to reassure the students on what programs and what they have available for these students to help them. And then he's going to turn over all of the records that the university had and the reports. You don't need him after that. Everything is already documented. So if you need something, you go back to the document. You don't need to keep going back to the president, because you already got everything the president would have gave you and could have gave you, because he's not an investigator. So he has no business being in the investigation. And the only reason he would be in the investigation is because he controls the information. That's it. That's it. So I'm surprised he's even telling you. And they know. They're like, shit, guys, we can't get anything unless we'll just have to depend on the university. And that's the best thing that you can do as a president. You control it all. You control what gets out. You control who says what, how the extent of it. Counselors. And what are they going to do? They're going to tell you the absolute truth? No, they're going to tell you what they want to tell you because they don't want their university to get affected too much either. It's kind of crazy because the house that they claim was part of the university.
That's what I was going to ask you.
The university housing was not on university property. It wasn't part of the university housing for the university because it was not on the property. They made it. They made it that way.
So that's confusing. So they didn't own the house. Did they own the house?
They did not own the house, but the person that owned the house transferred it over to their property.
Oh, sketch.
But afterwards?
Yeah. After the crime took place, shortly after the crime took place, they transferred the property over to the university. So then the university owned it and had control on when it got demoed, and they wanted to have it demoed in the beginning of 2023.
Like, my biggest thing with that is, wouldn't you want to keep it intact?
Yeah, for a possible jury.
Yeah, and then like not to mention like the defense side would want you could challenge a bunch of things.
They had just arrested Koberger, and he was only arrested for a couple months before they first started talking about wanting to demo the house.
It's like what is it called when you destroy evidence?
Obstructing.
Yeah, I mean, so like they collected and documented everything, but still the original source, besides pictures and what you documented versus what is there, like
It's
obviously
because
things washed out and stuff. But
they sent in a 3D company, a 3D capture company, but when they were promoting it and we looked into the company, the graphics were like Nintendo 64.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was the reason we want
the actual crime scene in that.
Yeah. Listen, we want to demo the house because we already have this Nintendo 64 3D crime scene already done. That camera that goes in a circle, and they move it from room to room.
Man, some of those are nice, but they're not that nice.
They had to come back in and do it again later on, a year later. Or almost a year later. It's like 7-8 months later. But when it comes to that, don't you need to hear what kind of sounds and how far the sounds travel? And, when it comes to
everything.
a jury member, how would the surviving roommates not have heard when I can hear this guy up here running sink wall, just I don't know. Obviously the pipes, but
we can't even prove
it'd be gutted, but you need to be able to show like
the sounds that you possibly were hearing based off
how
of
sounds travel.
Yeah, where you were positioned in the house and everything.
Yeah.
And then you can test multiple different, I don't want to say theories, but you could test everything that has been stated.
Yeah.
And not just once. And if someone wants to challenge it, then you could. Because there's nothing like the original.
Yeah, Tina, and I don't even want to talk about that memory garden because when I was out there for the year anniversary, they had just put stakes in the ground for the memory garden, and you're talking a year later. All they did was put stakes in the ground and a couple little gas line flag poles, and that was it. And then it took them another freaking year and some in order to finish it, when all it was just a couple rocks and a little bit of landscaping. And it's like, wow, you really did care about these students, didn't you? You couldn't even give them that
like a
little
memorial type of deal.
Horrible, dude. Horrible. It's a little teeny memorial.
Is there
but the fact that it took them damn near 2 years to have it is ridiculous, because it should have been done before the new school year started so they could celebrate them. Instead, they let the year anniversary go by and they're like, oh yeah, we better hurry up and do this. Yeah, we got some stakes in the ground, but
It goes to show what the focus was actually about. And it was getting
bro, this is how bad it was when they were like interviewing the students, because the students were making it. When they were interviewing the students and they slipped up and showed their drawings, bro, 1/10 of the damn thing was drawn. It wasn't even drawn up.
Man, you
a
can have
year
company,
later.
You can have like 3 companies make you free blueprint. Like, well, I would say blueprints, but have it drawn up, like just like you said, completion with how much the exact dollar, how much it's going to cost.
And all it was a couple rocks and some landscaping, dude. That was it. And some bushes. That's it. You could have planned that thing in a freaking week, had it done in a month, and have been celebrating them at any moment. But it took them that long. And you see Mr. Green. Yeah, you really cared, didn't you?
And they wanted to follow through with getting rid of that house.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And after that, it was like, okay.
Yeah, they wanted the people to forget as soon as possible.
They didn't want to taint the university at all.
Right. Think of how many people, think about how many people would have showed up if that house was still there. There'd be a shit ton of people that have showed up over the last few years, right?
Oh, yeah.
They don't have to worry about those people showing up, because who's going to show up to an empty freaking lot? Now, people are going to show up and go, look, like what I did the year later, the year anniversary. I went there. I needed to explore, document, visualize. That's why I went there. Would I go there if it was just a lot? Listen,
No.
I can do the same stuff off of Google. Okay? I don't need to go, because what am I going to show you? An empty lot? You won't be able to visualize.
Yeah, it'd be a lot harder to piece together anything.
Right. And so you cut down on the tourists that are just going there to remind the neighbors, oh my gosh, there's people here going to the damn scene again. Gosh, why is there so many people? And then hell, you're looking out your window. You don't really remember the building there after time, because it doesn't even exist. And then think about this. You're a college and you have constant rotation of people coming in and leaving, and it's only a couple year period. Guess what? Next year will be the first year that there was not a freshman that was going to that school when this crime took place. And how many of those kids are gonna remember after that? Not very many. They might know it happened, but they weren't there when it happened. And then all of a sudden, it fades after time.
Yep.
It fades after time. Yes, I know Kent State does. I miss Akron. Shout out Akron. I love you. All right, here we go. This is Corporal talking again.
And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have, with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, has assured me that the full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communication assistance as well, to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
He said the people.
So at this time,
Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
I was saying he said the people that are responsible for this.
He sure did. He didn't say person.
He should have very specified.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this since that stuck out to you. Throughout all of the different information that we go from, we're gonna be mixing it up, fresh notes, old notes.
Well, I'm
But
just saying,
as
like,
we go through, keep that in mind, though. Keep that in mind, especially when it comes to different parts of the investigation. Keep that in mind, and you'll see what I'm talking about. A couple weeks later, you'd be like, "Oh shit, that's why you said that." Keep that in mind when it comes to plural, not plural.
Yeah, because
in every part of the investigation, it's going to be very important.
Well, you don't become gosh dang it, a colonel of the state police for no reason. Like, dude's older and has probably seen a lot of stuff. So I feel like, in his opinion, right then, that's why he said people. I don't know.
Well, and it is the first press conference too, and keep that in mind. It's the first one. If we're gonna
I'm just saying, like,
Fry,
keep the
Fry
community.
said person. Fry said person. Now Colonel said people.
Like, if you want the community to, like, I don't want to say be calm, but not paranoid. If you think you got one person out there and this dude says people, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that automatically makes me go, okay, now I got to watch out for more than one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And like I'm saying, keep that in mind throughout the changes in the investigation. It's just, you'll see what I'm saying. It's an Easter egg for you too. Just wait.
Just about to say Easter egg.
I love them. I love all sorts of Easter eggs. All right, here we go. This is Fry again. Let's see. Let's go back to Corporal. All right, here we go. Thank you all for being here.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
All right. So you know that there's very little information put out. You know about, how many people they have working on it right now. You don't really have information. You got Colonel telling you, hey, it's a team effort. Everybody's doing their part. You got President Green. That's all we got. That's all we got. Now we're going to open it up to questions. We're not even going to have the first officer that showed up, his second in command. We're not even going to have him up at the podium. That's interesting.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
So right off the bat, that's a great question. Right? What? Okay. How can you tell everybody this? Okay, I'd like to hear that. Now listen to his reply. Great questions, number one, right off the bat.
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
yeah, he tried to avoid it, didn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't going to answer it.
When you ask somebody a question, you usually answer the first one first, and then the second one second. You see that little slick move?
Well, unless you're not going to answer it, yeah.
Chief Fry plays poker because he wears that clip-on tie.
My question is, which door is he talking about?
What's up,
There's
fun
multiple.
size?
There's multiple doors. Which one are you talking about?
Congratulations to the first press conference.
I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to
What's up,
answer
Fun
those for
Size?
you.
Oh, the first one, guys.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. This is I'm Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question.
Down by the river.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. This is I'm Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also...
Okay, so I wanted you... Can you give us a reason for that, please? And then we're going to listen to his answer for that. How did he even answer that question? I don't understand how he even thinks he answered it. I would have been like, I'm sorry, can I ask you the first question again, please?
These cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct?
What's up, Market Buddy?
But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community.
Isn't that such a joke response? We're going to tell you, how complex it is, and we're going to tell you because of how complex it is, we were able to determine that information. Like, what? It makes absolutely no sense.
Should have been a politician instead of chief of police.
Exactly. And
on the fly, which lie can I make up really quick?
it's just a bunch of this. It's a bunch of hand movements. So you watch my hands instead of paying attention to the words that I'm saying. So that way you don't sit there and go, holy shit, he didn't just answer my question. But not with me. I would have been like, I'm sorry, can I ask you that first question again, please?
Right.
Because you didn't answer it. And he didn't want to. He tried to deflect. Let me answer the second question because it's the fresh one in my mind, and then I'm not going to answer the question because obviously I didn't pay too much attention because I was focused on I was focused on one door and not all of them. In regards to your question, because you asked me about all of the doors, not just one, right? So he didn't even answer the freshest question and then tried to deflect.
Then he did put in there that there's some things that they can't divulge.
That's
so
it.
I guess that his way of saying, yeah, I can't answer the first one.
That's how can you not answer the first one that it was an isolated attack and that the public doesn't have anything to worry about?
Yeah.
It's not the first time it gets asked, but I'm surprised she didn't, can I ask you that first question again? But that's her. That's her. I would have been different.
That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food.
So the family was able to get the grub truck video before law enforcement. Okay.
Truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
This will be the last one. Okay, I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home.
See, and that's when I would have, as a police officer that's trying to include everybody, I would have said, ma'am, I thank you. I already went one question beyond the two that you wanted in the first place. Go ahead. Next. You take control of that press conference. You don't let them take control of you. You offered two questions at first. You let her sneak in another one, and then you let her sneak in another one. You don't have control.
Well, instead of explaining it, you should just say, I'm not going to answer that question.
Right.
Next question. So,
next.
Yeah, next.
Yep. Point your finger. Next. Yep.
We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here.
Oh,
we
boy.
know that Zaina and
you don't even know
we're at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
When did when we read the PCA and we read the timeline and who was where, 3 days later did we need to go back and look at who was with who? I'm just saying. And I'll share the PCAs with you guys after the show too. What a joke.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any...
Okay, you guys remember when I discussed Paradise Path way back then? A guy dressed in black with a backpack threatening students with a knife. And you can literally take Paradise Path right to the frickin' house. And what University is going to think, damn, that's a weird looking guy dressed all in black in the middle of winter, riding a bicycle, and you can't tell it's red stuff because you're wearing all black, and you're not going to look out of place wearing a ski mask, are you? So you could literally commit the crime, hop on a damn bike, and get your back all the way to the university housing, wherever it may be, and you would not look out of place whatsoever. This right here, this was my first theory when I first came across this. I looked up Paradise Path. I looked up the routes. It's walking path even. And then just a short couple blocks, you're right at the house, right off of Paradise Path. And yep, Michigan Girl, September 12th, 2022. That was what was reported. By the time they showed up, the dude already took off and there was no report.
Probably showed up, said unfounded, didn't see nobody.
No report. But is that the first time that dude would have done it? I highly doubt it. But somebody was dressed in black carrying a knife.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure.
Not that we know of. So you already have a report way back then. And you're not sure, but you don't think so. Well, how in the hell do you know? You don't know who it was, right? So you can't call them up. You can't go to their apartment. You can't go to their house and ask them, hey, what were you doing between this hour and this hour? You don't even know. You don't even know who it was. So how do you know? I don't think so. Well, how? Oh, because you want the public to think that they're safe. So, of course, you don't think it's him, because if you didn't know for sure, well, then that means that he could possibly be a suspect. And if that suspect is out there, which a suspect was still out there, how in the hell is the public safe when the person that committed the crime is not in cuffs?
Yeah, try to explain that one.
Right? So he says, we don't think so. I don't think so, but we're not sure.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
Oh, they're looking into everything, but they can tell you, I don't think so, but we're not sure. What? It's so confusing.
You guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time.
That's kind of an unknown. He just answered.
Is he using new math? Because this math ain't math.
We literally just said it's unknown.
Yeah. And then goes to...
God.
Look at his face right before he asks that. Lets that guy ask. Here, hold on. We're at 1346. Look at his face. He gets so freaking nervous because he knows what's coming. Watch his eyes, and when he looks over,
to follow up all leads
watch
that we can and continue to gather those.
Okay, now watch his eyes here in a second.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
Ethan, we're at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
All right, now watch this. He sees who's asking the question. You see his hand in the way left of the screen. Watch this shit. You see who he's like, oh shit, this is who's gonna ask me a question. Watch his face now. Hold on. He's like, shit, guys.
Thank you.
Watch this. Shit. All right, 1346. This is the question about how can you tell the public they're safe? And then he tells you the truth right in the beginning and then has to fluff it up after that.
Aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to
community policing community, right? Remember what I was telling you about the universities and the prets and the sororities?
Right, but why are you saying watch out for this, watch out for that, if there's no threat?
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
Need to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information?
See, again, I would have said, can I ask that question again, please?
Yeah.
That's what. Can I ask that question again, please?
Yeah, and can you think about your answer before you say it, please?
I would have. Yeah. Why did you say this, this, and this? How do you still get to the conclusion?
Yeah.
With these answers, and then make them come up with a fourth one, and I guarantee he sweats. That's where you got to get them. You know what I'm saying? You got to get them in a position where they're like, oh shit, I'm backed in a corner. Checkmate. Checkmate. I don't know. They just
I like that reporter. I like that reporter and how he said it and everything.
Yeah, he's got more questions in these next ones coming up. You got to pay attention to him. We called him the hairnet guy because he had to have put his hair in a hairnet when he went to sleep, because I don't know how it gets that. I don't know how it gets that poofy, man. And it's some nice hair too. Let's be honest. It's some nice hair. It's some Hollywood hair. But damn, how do you when you're laying down and it doesn't get flat in a certain spot? How do you do that, man? The hairnet. All right.
Over the past couple of days, I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult. We have a lot of information coming in, and we have tried to push out some information through press releases, but the reality is,
he asked him why it took so long, almost 4 days to have this conference. Okay.
I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
the mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
We're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate, and evidence will get that. So
one last question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we are looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned, and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
God, that sounds eerily familiar.
So
they were all great questions, but he didn't answer them.
Yeah, and his response was sounding eerily familiar to another sheriff officer that we know.
And you're right, Nosy. His face gets redder and redder. Just wait.
There were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with this Folks Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
But she wasn't asking about that. She was asking about the roommate. Yep.
Objection. Dodging the question.
See what I'm saying? This is the first one, and it took 3.5 days.
Yeah. My
You
next
should have
question
took a
for you,
different
sir.
approach.
My next question for you, sir, is you say you've been an officer for 27 years. How many press conferences have you actually done?
Oh man.
Oh, jeez.
The first one, it almost it was 3.5 days. 3.5 days. And this is what they're giving you. And legitimate questions too. Legitimate
Man, that's a
questions.
lot of time for prep.
That's why the whole nation started to look at this case, because they came across this press conference. They're like, what?
Exactly.
What? We did. We watched it live because we heard about it the morning it came out, because I was doing a show on something else. I was like, holy crap, what is this happening? And there was the same day there was I think it was that Virginia Tech shooter.
Right.
I think it was the same day when the Virginia Tech guy was going around the campus. And yeah, and you're sitting there watching this you're like, a couple of days later, press conference comes out. You're like, oh shoot, here's a press conference. Bam. And I'm like, this is the first one? What? I should have been here doing it yesterday. What? Oh yeah, man. Everybody's like, whoa, something don't make sense.
Residents.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
They were not injured. But like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And
I definitely wouldn't have. But I said I'm not answering that question.
He's like, objection, searching.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's ready to get the.
He's getting mind overload, man, and he should have just slowed that stuff down.
Oh yeah.
He wants to get the F out of there.
Even if there's a 30-second pause, take your 30-second pause.
Right.
He don't want to answer nothing and get the F out of there, dude. I'm just gonna remind you what we're doing right now. We're the totality of every question that we have. We're trying to figure everything out about that at this time. Just nothing, man, nothing. And this is 3.5 days later, and you even have the Idaho State Police working on it as soon as you showed up after 4 hours of getting the call. But that's a different story.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
There you go.
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best
totality
bit of information we can with everything that comes in. And then we
a little
make
bit
our
of Chris
decisions
Farley
off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack.
Boom.
But the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible, horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else. But
so he did this crime just because he got to the person, and somebody that has the availability inside their soul to do this to 4 souls, you don't think they're gonna have the urge again? Like, once they got rid of them, yeah, they're done. They're never doing it again. What? And then we're not sure. We're still looking for a suspect. This was a bomb question right here by this lady. This was the best question out of all of them, because it's like, I'm holding you to, and this is what you come back with. You're telling on yourself. but you think you're not. This is where he's letting his emotions control because he's not thinking ahead anymore. He's trying to remain calm instead of remain on the facts that he's trying to keep pointing to. He's lost control. He's totally lost control of this press conference at this point.
Oh, I wish I could see the veins in his neck right now.
You can see his cheeks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they're red all the way almost up to his eyeballs. Uh-huh. Yeah, he's wanting to get the F out of there. This is where he lost it.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in,
And he said possibly. How do you say possibly when you know that there is still somebody out there? You don't know who it is. How can you say possibly? Yeah, I was muted again. Sorry.
Right.
How do you say possibly? There is. And then how she didn't, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to get invited back and they're afraid they're not, because why would you not ask it again?
How do you go we did, we do? Well, which one is it? You know?
It's where I came up with the title Questions and Contradictions, because there was so many.
Oh, God.
So many. You're sitting there having all these questions, and then they all contradict each other when you get the replies or the answers, and you're like, what?
I'm going to say a whole bunch of stuff, but it ain't going to make sense.
No. And it took them this long. And that's what they were putting out. They were putting out public statements. The public, you know, no need to worry. But they're like, what? Can you imagine being a community member and that happened and you're told that you're safe, but they don't even know who it is? Like,
oh, hell no.
And what person targets one other person and commits a crime on 4 people and never does it again? That's why they say when you get the taste of blood,
yep,
you can't fight it anymore. You've already crossed the threshold. You crossed the barrier. You're at the point of no return. You've already committed the unthinkable act. And it's a lot easier to do it again.
And
especially
a lot of times
if you get away with it.
A lot of times they go bigger.
Especially if you get away with it.
Yep. This is crazy.
Uh-oh. You there, Trey?
I'm here.
Okay. Just making sure.
Man, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious, that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the officers did the caregiving check. when they arrived on the scene. EMS, maybe? I think they would have handled the outside already. It's the inside, and I would think EMS would try to go inside, right? Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that, yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911?
Boom.
You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened?
Really, 3.5 days later, you don't know why the call didn't come in until noon yet? Don't you think you'd be asking a lot of effing questions like, why did it take so long for the call to come in?
Because somebody was waiting on them to open. Probably.
Isn't that nuts? They still don't even know. And you have the two people that are alive that you had 3.5 days to ask them the questions, and you still didn't know?
Yeah.
That don't make any sense.
Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Okay.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions. All right.
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Chief, have you looked into the social media accounts of all the different victims? And do you, we understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. You know, we got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off. But if you'd like to, if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
Hold on. All right, that's just the university talking. We'll skip that. We can go to that in the next part, but let me go to Chief Fry one more time. He wanted to get the F out of there.
So we want to thank you again for coming. That's going to be all the questions.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said he sure did want to get out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Great questions. I'm just surprised that maybe they just wanted to make sure that they were able to come back to the next one. I don't know. That's the
How
only
many
reason.
people ask the same question different ways? Quite a few.
Yeah, because as he's answering them, they're like, "You're not answering them." You know, especially that lady with the mask. I thought she had really good questions.
Right.
But probably we think we don't, which I know it's the first press conference, but dang, you think you would know a lot more than that. A lot more.
Yeah, you would think so.
And
They
then they
should have
got
had the answers to most of those already, though.
Oh yeah, especially when you got the FBI and the Idaho State Police working with you.
Or at least had a plan on how he was going to answer certain things. Like roughly, you can't expect, know every question someone's going to ask, but at least have a good game plan. Make sure everybody's calm.
They had no game plan.
No, he told you the truth after he got the first couple questions out of the way, and then they started asking him in different ways and holding him accountable to his answer compared to what is out there. And when he lost control, that's when he started telling you the truth, the first word of truth. And then it came with a bunch of, but hey, that's the totality. Hey, we're exploring everything. Hey, it's all about this and community, and you're safe and this. But answering you the truth, though, well, we don't know. We're not sure.
I mean, I've just been like, at this time, until we're further along in our investigation, everybody should be aware. And if you see something, say something.
Can you imagine how scared that community was after this? After they saw this?
Probably more scared.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I'd be locked.
You don't want to tell people to freak out, but at least be like, look,
double checking everything, locking everything.
Yeah, this is where we're at. So, yeah, I would be vigilant and keep an eye out for people. But don't probably use some better words, but you don't want like mass panic. But shit, when you get up there and do all this, I'd be like, these people, they don't even know.
He just created it right there.
One person, two people.
We don't know. We don't know, but we know you're safe because we don't think he's going to go do it again. He got the victim he wanted. It was targeted. He got the victim he wanted. He's not going to do it to anybody else. Don't worry about it, people. We know that. How?
What kind of guarantee can you give me?
We should say we don't have a crystal ball, so
it's just, how do you tell them they're safe then? Because you really don't know. You really don't know because you don't even know who did it.
I'm just gonna believe you.
But the psyche. I'm sure he sat down with the 3-letter agency and they said, well, you know what, Mr. Fry, typically after a targeted attack, they're done. So don't worry about it. Like what?
Right.
But the problem is they went through. Yeah. That changes it up a lot.
I can't wait for you guys to see the next one. But we'll save that for the next show. And I'll make sure that you guys are on when we go through those different press conferences, because that way you guys are able to witness it, experience it, commentate to it, let us know how you feel when it comes to what we all saw. And I think it's a funny refresher in an old way, because it's like, oh wow, man, I forgot he did this and I forgot he did this, because it was so long ago. And this is the thing I didn't even know off the first press conference either, and I want you guys to pay attention. Pay attention to the fold on this tie, okay?
Damn.
Just remember the fold on this tie, and it's a little bit ashier right here in this section, okay? Just keep that in mind, trust me. It's where I came up with the clip-on tie in December of of 22, early 23. I was like, wait a minute, this is the same damn tie this dude's been wearing the whole time.
Yeah, it sure
It
looks like a
shirt.
one.
Then we made it a shirt like a year later. We made it a shirt. So yeah, one of the shirts that I was able to make, but not really make a bunch of them because the cost or whatever. But yeah, pay attention to that fold. You'll see it more in the future. Trust me, you'll always see it. You'll always see that fold, and that's how you know it's the same tie every single time. Plus, it's got that little ashy spot right there. A little bit of something on there. And that never changes either. But I hope you guys I don't know, I hope going through and shout out to AR Hayes too. Thank you very much for joining. I'll have the descriptions, or I'll have the channels for everybody in the description also. But shout out to him for his experience, sharing his experience.
Yeah.
And shout out to you guys on panel here, you and Busby and Trey, for hanging out. Sorry about the other ones having the technical issues, but it's been a lot of fun kind of going through the old notes and kind of letting you guys kind of get a kind of
Yeah, I get a better understanding of this now.
It was a good eye opener. Oh, I don't want to say a good eye opener, but honestly, it's a scary eye opener.
And you get to see it with a different lens too, because you get to see all the stuff that was back then, and then a lot of stuff that's current now. And so you actually get, because you're seeing this stuff for the first time, you actually get like a little bonus with each one, because you not only get what you got back then, but then you get a little bit extra that we're all able to get, the footage and all these other things that have taken place over time. We get to add that on top of it, and you guys are getting an even better understanding of this stuff than we did from the very beginning. So I want to say thank you guys for hanging out, and thank you all for being here. And I know it was a long one, so I appreciate you guys being here for so long.
Oh, you're good, man. Thank you.
That was really good.
I wanted to go through and make sure that we set it up, the atmosphere, all of it, just get you in the feel of the moment from when that took place. And then I wanted to show you this, because I think being able to, and even anybody on replay too, as you go through it, being able to see all that we went in through before really shows you, as we watch that press conference, whoa. Because if we would have just watched this and talked about it, it might not have been so, like, it wouldn't have stunk so much. What's up, Sarah? Wouldn't have stunk so much, but having that extra atmosphere in the setting, and then hearing this, you're just like, wait a minute, because half the questions might have even flew by just because of the
way it was spinning everything around a circle.
Yeah, you would have been, that's weird, that's kind of odd, but you had the atmosphere to be like, whoa, that's not just odd, that's BS.
Right.
That's BS. So,
it's scary, man.
It is, dude. And just wait as we get through it. Like I said, we'll be doing updates, fresh notes, old notes. We'll be going through both in each episode. So yeah, man, just wait. And that's why we talk about this case so much. It is. That's why we talk about it so much, because this is one of those cases where it's like, man, from the very it's like, what? It's got to be talked about. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. I'll drop their links in chat as we exit. Like I said, I'll put their channels in the description as well. If you're on replay, make sure you hit the description, sub up to our guests as well. I'll be back tomorrow night, and we'll have another Idaho 4 show. We'll go through some fresh notes too, because there's some new stuff I want to show you guys and go through as well. So thank you. Appreciate you, fellas. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, man. Thanks, everybody.
Oh no, thank you guys. It was a lot of fun, and it was kind of cool and nice to go through some of this stuff again, because I even benefit from it just watching it again myself. So appreciate you guys for wanting to learn and get caught up, and we can't wait to have you in the Idaho 4 community. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Love you guys. Stay safe. And have a peaceful and positive evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Later.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there.